Everybody. We're going to be doing some more Industries of Titan tonight. Let me just make sure that we're all set up properly. It's always nice to make sure we have the quality options. We do, and we'll be ready to go in just a minute. I'm probably going to get a little bit of ranting and chatting out of the way for starters. It's been a mixed period at work lately, and today was a weird day. I actually got quite a few things done. But I'm feeling very worn out, and it's funny because I actually didn't think today was all that hard. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Industries of Titan in this particular playthrough. Inevitably, my personal stuff will come through because this is my stream, and I realize on YouTube it is not particularly interesting. But let's watch this video.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
I really still love that cinematic. I've probably completely ruined my YouTube search because I've just been constantly replaying it. It is almost, it's like one of my very minor requested features is actually to is to be able to replay the intro, for the simple reason that if you tab out of the game, so for instance, if I go and try and do something on OBS, all the audio cuts out, right? But if you click back into the game while the video is playing, it'll stop the video. And so every once in a while when I try and get something out of the way, I'll miss the video. And I've actually closed the game and reopened it because I love the way that it sets the tone. I don't know if there's any interest in it, but I would love to just sort of do a big breakdown. I mean, I feel like Brace Yourself would do a much better job of this video because they can actually talk about specifically why they chose certain shots and what they're trying to convey with it. And so the risk that I would have in doing such a video is to find out how wrong I am on what I think some of the implications of certain shots or what's trying to be communicated. Obviously, the point of doing that is not to be right. The point of that is to share something that you find really interesting. The thing is that I just don't know if there's a whole lot of interest in that. I've tried to do it with film before, and there were some technical problems, but I think by and large, people were quite content to watch me on Twitch and watch me play a video game, and that when I switched to something that would be a little bit more in line with, let's say, like handling or like dealing with like DMCA claims and things like that, because I was using film clips and I really don't know how to get the permissions for those. The interest sort of waned a bit, which is fine. But I don't know if that's something that sounds interesting to you. Let me know. And again, I'll briefly acknowledge the YouTube stuff. The release of this game has actually drawn a lot of attention to the YouTube channel again, which I'm very grateful for. And the good thing about this is that I currently have one YouTube-focused video, and all of the attention seems to have been directed to that, which I'm really happy with, because I know some of you like to watch these videos as VODs. It's why I put them up as VODs, but the experience is obviously very different watching it as a as sort of somebody after the fact. I'll be responding to stuff in chat that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sometimes there'll be games or sessions where I don't necessarily make a whole lot of progress. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but obviously if you're going out of your way to, try and look up a game and you're wanting to see pure gameplay, it does involve a little bit of a search, right? People who've made something specific for YouTube are probably going to fit that a little bit better than some of my stuff. Although I'd like to think that I, hold my own with Titan. I should just say, it's a real shame that things happened the way that they did with work, because I had a plan about a week ahead to do a bunch of Titan videos, which I think would have been really well received. And I think they'll still be well received, but the novelty or the benefit isn't necessarily there anymore. So hopefully people will still find it useful, though. I'm not ready to say what they are yet, because I really hate being the kind of person who announces stuff and then never follows through. Oh, one other just quick stream-related thing. I'm sort of running behind on a lot of stuff, so I do have food. I don't like ordering food a whole lot, if I'm completely honest, because it feels like a cheat. But it seems to be that order is severely delayed by an hour, and so I'm gonna probably have to take a bit of a break in the stream to at least get the food. I might have like a bite or two, but it's not going to be like a full break as last time. So just a heads up there. But there is one other thing that I wanted to address. It is the key, but I wanted to be a little more specific, because of course we just had a really wonderful week where Brace Yourself gave out these $100 gift cards every 10 minutes, or did a drawing for them. I think the gift cards still need to be released because there are some practical obstacles to getting things done the way that they wanted. But there was this wonderful week that Brace Yourselves put out. They did a live stream every day, and then they would sort of reload or rerun the day's events. And it was just about everyone. So one thing that's really fun about the Monday streams with Brace Yourself is that you do get to see some new faces. You get to find out about more people behind these games. But at least for me, there were some people who I haven't seen before in terms of the people who are presented on stream. So for instance, I think their Twitch name is Soggy Newspaper. I'd seen them just talk in chat, but if it's who I'm thinking of, it would be someone who's done writing on the game. There's more than one writer on the game. In fact, I believe there are 3 people with writing credits, although I don't believe all 3 are currently working on the title. And it was really interesting to be able... Okay, so first of all, it was really nice to be able to hear books that some of the people at Brace Yourself really like. Because I think, as you've all learned, especially from the Cloudpunk streams, I really like books. I wish I read more fiction. And I really, really like hearing about books that people like. And as it was, like, a lot of these books were ones I was familiar with. J.G. Ballard's Crash, Philip K. Dick came up, and particularly some Philip K. Dick that I personally really like. I don't know if I'd fully count them as favorites, because Man in the High Castle is really hard to beat, but Scanner Darkly is also a really interesting book. And more importantly, just what writing a game like Titan is. And that's why I wanted to take a second to talk about the cutscene, but let me get the point about the stream out of the way. I don't know, like, in terms of Brace Yourself's expectations, how well Industries of Titan did, it does seem to have done well on the global top sellers. But one thing I learned, I'm actually really upset. I think some of you know that there was a massive irretrievable data loss on one of my virtual machines. And in fact, there was a very... Oh my goodness, Brace Yourself. Thank you very much. I was about to say nice things about you. Thank you so much. You guys did, well, guys and girls and you people. No, you people sounds like judgmental. All of you did a really wonderful job with the week. I actually wanted to take a little while to talk about it because it ties into my sort of my off-the-cuff Steam review. But thank you so much. It's always a delight to see so many familiar names in chat. Even actually, so it's been fun every once in a while to check the clips because I get to see who's clipping stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's really cool. But yeah, we're talking. Sorry, I was talking about the writing and the and just the general time. So I learned a bunch of new stuff about Industries of Titan over it. Oh, sorry, I was talking about my data loss. So I was doing this very, very big project on the idea of the Boxlighter number, the one where you multiply a number of reviews by a certain number to try and estimate sales. And this was sort of a, I guess kind of like a meta-analysis. So it was looking at some of the previous surveys and how good they seemed to be. I was using some data from the leak from 2018 to sort of confront what we knew about the storefront. I took some stuff that Steam has told us about how well certain things are selling. It's a really, really big project. I actually have most of the writing for it still, but all of the data for that project was lost. But one of the really interesting things that I found out during doing that project was the number of games which were top sellers in the month that they were released, but are no longer available on Steam because they have shut down. They were not economically viable. So obviously I'm hoping that Brace Yourself got what they wanted out of launch, that it I'm hoping that it beat expectations. And certainly everybody seems to be happy about it. But this was like a really big lesson to me. It was like, oh God, how do indies make any money on this thing? Because it's like if you're number one and you still, within a year you're not on Steam anymore. That was very sobering. And that article is still coming one day, but I am quite literally building it up from foundations. And because there's going to be a couple of months of a lag in terms of me having to build that all up again, I'm probably going to rerun the analysis to add in those extra months. And then I have some other data things that people have either asked me to do or have given me some data for that I would like to get back on track with. So unfortunately, that project's a little bit delayed, or a lot delayed. But with that in mind, that's kind of, I wanted to give a little caveat in terms of the fact that, to me, as a fan, I was really happy to see that Industries of Titan seem to have done well. But the one way you know you can make it do well is if you go and buy it on Steam right now. Or buy it on Epic for that matter. So that is one of the things I wanted to talk about. I found one thing really interesting about release was I did buy a copy for myself, specifically actually so that I could leave a Steam review. I don't think this is widely known among fans of games, but if you buy a game on Steam, it actually goes into the overall rating for the game. So you know how like it'll give you that moderately positive sign or something like that. Whereas if you buy the game through another source, if you buy it through, let's say, Humble, your review will still be read by people, but it will not count towards the all review rating. And one of the things that I noted is that right now the game's sitting at mostly positive, and my experience of this was actually I put a review down which had 0.2 hours into the game. Now, obviously, I was, and this is, good disclosure for everybody. Obviously, I was given a key for this from Brace Yourself Games, and I'm very grateful that they did that. And obviously, I should disclose that interest when I'm broadcasting the game. But it is fair to say, like, I liked this enough now that I put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. And I do the disclosure from the, I do the disclosure for the streaming purposes, but like, as far as Steam is concerned, like, I have bought this and I have as much standing as anybody else in terms of talking about the game. And what was really interesting was that I got this series of comments, because I do try to keep comments open. Like, I don't always necessarily have to read positive things. But what fascinated me was someone really objected to the fact that because the game was at 70% positive, that was some kind of an indication that something bad was going on here, or that, like, I was wrong, which I found really funny, because the whole point of my review was sort of to say my honest assessment of it, which is, I think it's actually a really good game now. It is one that I feel will be better after it gets out of early access and everything is fully implemented. And we'll talk about a few things where maybe it, I either struggle or I haven't quite been able to, I don't think I've been able to overcome a particular difficulty in the game, and so I work around it as opposed to go through it. But that this has been a game that I've really enjoyed following over the year, and to at least a limited extent get involved in its community and be on the Discord, and people have left embarrassingly kind comments on some of my factory designs. And somebody really, really objected to this, and purely on the basis of the fact that there is a ratio of reviews. And the funny thing is if you focus on the negative reviews, which I believe it's been Maddie from Brace Yourself that has been doing, the Lord's work as far as, very thoughtfully and tactfully addressing some of the criticism, which very often I tend to think is actually rather unfair. Some of them I actually think are good points about the game. The ones that really frustrate me are like, it's a good game, but it's not worth it at X dollars. I'm like, are you really going to go and change your review when the game goes on sale? Those are the ones that really frustrate me, because it's like, I, the consumer, get to decide the price at which I think this is fair. You, the reviewer, need to tell me whether or not this thing is good. But obviously, I've already written the article on Steam reviews and stuff like that. There's so much to be said, and I'm really happy that Brace Yourself is more tolerant than I am about some people's thoughts. But I did just want to, kind of talk about that. This game is out now, and so as long as the Steam sale is going on, it's going to have its 20% discount. So until July the 8th, you can get this game at a discount. I really think it's worth it, and I will be honest with you, this is one of the few games where I get to make the case and say, getting it in early access is a feature purely for the community that has been built and just how responsive the developers are. If you buy this when it comes out in its full version, you have the trade-off, right? You may be able to get it a little bit less. Obviously, nobody knows, what the price is going to be on launch, but so I know some developers will like lower the price over time, and then other developers will wait before the full release and they go out. So it's, you roll the dice, right? As far as I'm concerned, like, I just want to play the game, and trying to shave off $2 on it maybe isn't really worth it, but you may feel differently. By the way, I don't mean to ignore you, ZergCow. I will follow up on that, but obviously I'm monologuing here, and I don't have the audio going on in the background, so I should get through the ideas. But I guess the biggest thing that I would say is that it was interesting, because this guy actually wound up following me across different social media channels. Like, eventually, like, they just stopped really contributing anything, and I didn't really like the idea of my review becoming a platform for someone who didn't buy the game to express skepticism. I think one of the things they said is like, well, I don't have any evidence that you spent time inside the game, and I'm like, well, I don't see any evidence that you looked. If you go and take a look on YouTube, you can probably see most of the hours I've played on this game. That is actually a matter of public record. Which probably was a mistake in retrospect, because obviously, if somebody wants to be annoying, they're going to find ways to be annoying. But I guess the thing that interested me was that it's the ratio that people are checking out now. That, if it's a 70% positive game, that's now suspect. And I'm like, 70% of people buying a game that is still at least a year out in terms of development sounds like it's a pretty good game. And I really feel that. But I wanted to specifically cite the early access thing, because there have been early access games for sure where I sit down and I say, this may not... thank you so much, Sir Cow. This looks like it might be for me, but I'm not entirely sure I'm going to enjoy the process of sort of like waiting for this thing to be built. There was a game someone recommended called Hellion, which I rather liked. They couldn't really justify continuing developing it, and so I sort of have this abandoned sort of survivalish, sort of this survivalish, space-based game, which was very ambitious, but I'll never get to see what that game was, right? And that's the risk that you run with early access. This game, on the other hand, I think, part of the appeal to me as a fan has been streaming, talking with people about it, being able to interact in the Discord, to a certain extent feel heard when I have comments on the game. I am probably a little more cautious in terms of like being too prescriptive in terms of things that are going on in the game, just because I don't make games. And I tend to think that, like, I know enough about games that you can't, like, I guess you just can't, like, play a game and say, oh, well, if you just divided that number by 2. Well, actually, I guess there's a common thing where, like, if you double or half something, like, that's your usual, like, first guess. So maybe dividing by 2 is a bad example. But it's like, I say, oh, add another 50% or whatever. That'll fix it all. Like, obviously, people have been living with this thing longer than me. I probably am more useful in talking about my feelings about what I'm encountering, as opposed to saying it's like, oh, well, clearly you just need to adjust this parameter to this number and you'll be fine. But that's my own personal case of it. And again, the Discord is very open and accepting. So that's one of the reasons why I've been pretty strong in terms of recommending the game. I will say it again, I was given a key for the Epic version that, I'm very grateful I was given one for, and it's important to disclose those kinds of interests. But this is definitely a game, along with Phantom Brigade, that I've become very passionate about, and a developer that I've become very passionate about. And the developer is purely based on their actions inside of the game. And in the end, to me, I cannot discuss Titan without discussing the experience of interacting with its community and interacting with its developers. And so ultimately, I think that is one of the reasons why this is an early access game that is in fact a unique experience in early access that is worth having in anticipation of the full experience that you will be getting on the full release of the game. And I am feeling mildly self-conscious of the fact that there's the Brace Yourself Twitch account inside of the channel here, but I think it was very much worth saying. So Zerkcow, who, thank you very much for your follow, and first time chatter in here. You went and bought it, loved the game, but hope that it improves over the months. It is as addicting as Factorio for you personally. So I'm hoping that some of my own feelings on that have communicated. If you haven't actually... If you haven't checked it out, I strongly recommend checking out the there's a 1 year retrospective of all of the updates that have happened with Industries of Titan. If you see one of my first videos of it, I sort of wondered if it was sort of like an Into the Breach approach to city builders, where it's really like stripped down and a very simple version of sort of a very popular kind of genre. And I was really wrong on that. Like, this is a full-fledged sim. Like, this thing is growing in complexity, not shrinking. But of course, because it was in its early stages, I read it wrong. Like, I was seeing it as, it's like, okay, yeah, I've got like a little handful of things and I'm creating more things. Like, Into the Breach is great because of its simplicity. but I completely misread where they were going with it. And of course, over time, I began to appreciate, oh no, there's like new stuff being added. By the time you get to like Population Sim 1.0, you're realizing that, yeah, this thing is going to keep growing. I know what it's like to play a game like this and sort of say, oh, I wonder if they're going to be adding any more. But it's very fair to say that I largely misread what the focus of this game would be when I first played it. I still liked it very much, but I think the in terms of you talking about hoping for things to be developed, you can see how far this game has come already. And again, this is in the 1 year period on Epic, where there was still community feedback coming in. There was obviously, I suspect, probably less of a fire hose than what they're getting right now. I have a feeling that probably there's a lot more feedback now that it's on the dominant storefront. But I think that would probably not do a bad idea of giving you an idea in terms of. Sorry, I don't think it would be a bad example of what you might expect in terms of what this game, like what progress on this game looks like. I think they did a really excellent job. Actually, I think it's Mel who did that video. But if you haven't checked it out yet, I think it's a really good one. What's interesting, he wasn't sure if the purchase was a good idea until the game launched and you got your first taste of the UI, insanely solidified that the game was instantly solidified the game was good purchase. Ben UI, who has a Twitter account, by the way, is responsible for that. I personally am very grateful for some of Ben's work because there was some special attention that went into making this a little more friendly with OBS. Now, I had my workarounds for some of the things in OBS, and frankly, I don't think the game needs to be too tailored to streamers because it's sort of my job to do. It's my job to do my, my streaming thing, and there's going to be hopefully far more people who are playing the game rather than streaming it. Although I'm very delighted to see that there are more people streaming Titan. So. But I will say that Ben is an interesting Twitter account. Actually, pretty much everybody at Industries of Titan is great to follow, I've noticed. But everybody at Industries of Titan, everybody at Brace Yourself is wonderful to follow. But I think Ben in particular, it was really nice to be able to get a few insights, because UI isn't something that I often consider in terms of games. I know enough to sort of be frustrating in chat, to ask, oh, what's the difference between UI and UX, Ben, during the stream. But other than being a troublemaker, I didn't have as much to say. Oh, bless your heart, Brace Yourself Games. Okay, I have actually talked long enough that it looks like my food's going to arrive fairly soon. So let's jump into here's what I'm going to do. I'm at least going to jump into the Piplish Works doesn't exist as far as you're concerned. This may or may not be related to some of the videos that I was referring to earlier. We are going to be doing Vesta Alliance. Now, what I'll probably do is I'll set the table. I'll kind of explain where we're at and how I'm going to try and deal with the really big mess that I've made for myself. I'm probably going to need to run away for a couple of minutes just to grab my food. Again, I feel like a complete failure as an adult to, having to pick up or having ordered in rather than make food like a human being, but it's running late on stream. And then I'm not going to eat it on stream. You don't need to hear like a rat being demolished in front of the microphone. But I am at the very least going to bring it in and like get my mail and stuff like that. So we've got Laral, and this time I remember you are the Industries of Titan person from way back when. Insert shaming comment about my factory layout here. Keep it up, Chalk. Enjoying your monologues and playthroughs. Thank you so much. I got a kind of mixed comment on a video. Okay, there is one thing I want to say before I go too far. Remember how I said there was a YouTube video that I did? By YouTube standards, it's still small, right? Because I am a small broadcaster by any stretch of the imagination. One thing that I'm very happy for, and I know this isn't going to last forever, and I just need to accept that, but at least up to me saying this thing, that video actually has a 100% like ratio in terms of just a quick explainer for Industries of Titan. And very often when a video on YouTube gets popular, I sort of brace myself for a lot of really hostile comments, usually about the size of the channel, which I think is very funny because it is the fact that the channel is getting attention is what drives those comments. So it's actually the one thing that is guaranteed to make me not feel bad, because it is actually sort of a self-contradicting point. But I will say one thing I was very happy about that was that it seems to be a case where when people were looking for some Titan advice, it has succeeded in such a way that nobody has yet seen fit to do the thumbs down. Now, obviously, when you say that, and especially when this goes live on YouTube, somebody's going to go and look for that video and do the thumbs down. That always happens. But for now, I will take a small victory lap. They're thank you so kindly. I've now justified the original original key. All right, Codex. Rebels attack more often than rival corporations. This is because rival corporations are not implemented yet. Sorry, this is because few corporations are large enough to afford war bonds, the tithe the council demands in exchange for being allowed to fight other cities. Thank you. By the way, I really appreciate the kind words that get said inside of chat. If I sometimes don't have an appropriate response to them, it is simply because I know on streaming it's very easy to come across as very conceited or, you know, a little too into one's positive reviews. And I think I've said this before, but like one of the big things to keep in mind is that I am very much piggybacking off of some excellent work that Brace Yourself has done. So I am incredibly appreciative of the kind words, and I just simply need to, you know, I need to come up with a good way of being gracious and accepting the comment without, you know, declaring, "Look upon me, mortals!" And with that in mind, I've got some food. It looks like is here. So I am really sorry. Obviously, for YouTube content or for anybody who is wanting me to get to the gameplay, it has been half an hour and I've not actually touched Titan yet. But I hope at the very least that you will get an idea that this is very much a heartfelt feeling about why I think this game is worth it. Why I think this game is worth it at its current price. I definitely want to try and there's a saying that there are many honest men in the world who cannot feel that they've gotten a fair deal until they've cheated a merchant. It's in Civ 6. I really like that quote, and it's so true in terms of Steam. So, you know, I definitely wanted to express my I definitely wanted to express specifically why I wrote the review that I did and why I feel about Titan the way that I do. And now I am going to BYGs to subscribe. Look upon me, mortals. All right, I'm gonna be gone for just I don't know, 5 minutes, let's say, and then we can dig in and watch me get absolutely clobbered by a hard difficulty 10 rebel camp start. Please talk amongst yourselves. All right, my apologies. I know that's actually a couple of broadcasts in a row now where I've had to leave for food, but I am but a mortal man. Also, I don't think anybody here has had the misfortune of seeing me personally. I am very, very skinny. So if I were to, if you were to see me, you would, there'd be no dispute about whether or not I should run out and get my dinner. So, where were we? Oren, hello. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Oren, you are a game developer. I just don't know if you do board games or if it's also you do these video game things. But if you have stuff you can link, feel free to do so in the chat. I should have said that before. And Zergcow's quit to main menu 12 times now, trying to get a sinkhole in the... I shot on the spot. Is this what... Did I get one in this one? No, I didn't. Okay. I seem to recall one of my other saves actually has a sinkhole within my original headquarters. But anyways, I've delayed this enough. So I didn't necessarily make like a world of progress when we did this on Monday, and I'm fine with that. If in case you haven't noticed, I actually find this game, I don't find it a problem to play on a slower pace or a slower difficulty. Now, because I've got a bit of time in this game, I have an idea about what my challenges on this start are going to be. My pace in this game could be charitably described as plodding. And one of the challenges, particularly with a hard start, is that the rebels are going to be spawning turrets, they're going to be upgrading them, and there's going to be 10 camps worth of them. And so one of the things about my, slower pace, one of the things that can turn into an advantage is my ability to, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it, but my ability to sort of scale up an industry so that I just do this absolutely ridiculous amount of production, so I can pretty much insta-build anything that I want. The challenge is that the rebels in the current form of the game, once they get 2 or 3 level 3 turrets stacked on top of each other, the practical problem of getting enough ships to kind of go in and zap the turrets is impractical. There seemed to be a certain degree of shaming for going in and buying out the rebels, but that's totally what I'm gonna do. That's really cool that you're so highly placed in an IT organization. Yeah, actually, I should probably keep that open because I know there's some people from the local dev scene who stop by too. So if you ever if you happen to be a developer, you can definitely flog your stuff inside of chat. Oh, hey, I got a crack. All types of games working on in Unreal 5 as you listen to the stream right now. Also need to finish up the illustrations for a card game that's nearly finished. You're down for any type of game design. Not particularly spectacular at it though. I kind of feel like almost anybody says that though. I don't know if you're based in Vancouver, but presumably you can take Brian's combat design course in Langara if you if you needed. But yeah, so one of the things that I'm going to be approaching is how do I expand out my territory basically. Now, the game has I believe this was a while ago, but it has raised the cost of buying up rebel territory. More importantly, it's also put a cap on what you can get from the council. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to do the aggressive start, because you get 100 influence. You get your cap for influence raised by 100 for every rebel camp you take out. So what I want to see is what 1,100 influence looks like. But I've got quite a way to go before I'm going to be able to do that, obviously. So one of the things that I'm going to be working on is trying to expand there's one of two things that I need to worry about. I either need to worry about rapid expansion, in which case I want to prioritize a lot of command centers and the power that that I'll use to keep them running. Or alternatively, I want to allow that the rebels are going to have something of a defensive edge past a certain point, and I'm going to want to make sure that I build enough ships to be able to defend my startup, but that I'm not going to be designing ships which are intended to go and take out turrets, for instance. So, anyways, that's going to be the overall motivation. There's a few other sort of secondary things. So, for instance, I've got this residential area right now. It needs to get cleaned up with waste. I don't know whether or not taking it away from a road was a good idea. I'm also trying to decide whether or not this is a citizen. Yeah, this is probably a citizenry problem. So I think I've got some conversion centers in my future, and then of course we're getting rid of some of our old factories. So our old factory is down. We now have the mineral mavens, and did we give the isotope? Yes, the radiation palace. So eventually I'm going to start tapping these nodes. Now the important thing to remember is that except for the isotope node, I actually have quite a bit of access in terms of different resources. So there's a lot of individual ruins that I can sort of convert into minerals and isotopes. And I think it's fair to say that this is probably the fastest way that you can get resources in Industries of Titan. So this is definitely me sort of working towards the, and yes, this is the, I'll call it the Maddie improvement to the, gotta head home now, but glad you could, oh, thank you so much, Brace Yourself. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to show you me playing the game, but it's always super nice to see the familiar names coming in. And again, thank you for such a wonderful game. And of course, I've gotten a lot of really, really nice comments from individuals on the team. So you in particular have, you the company, but also probably you as an individual in particular, have actually made me feel really, really appreciated. And I think the fact that has happened at a time when obviously all eyes are on you and your very successful game, that actually feels really nice, because I would have thought that, there's every reason in the world to actually be very hard to hear from. It's super sweet that every day I've felt appreciated by the team. But it feels like, despite the fact everybody was doing such a great job with launch week, if anything, I was hearing more nice words, and I think that speaks very highly of the people on the team for sure. Because, like I said, there's every reason in the world to be focusing on making sure that this game continues to do well, and that word goes out. So, what else did we have? Thank you for the council report number 1 in Steam update. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I don't think I've actually read the Steam ones because I still just read the stuff within the browser. So I got to turn off this processor. So, this is a stripped down version. I call this the Maddie improvement because when I was watching her play there was a version of this that she's doing, and I didn't realize this was the reason I call it the Maddie improvement was watching it. The factory being built sort of around the specification, this really clever insight that you can actually fit 3 waste modules in, where previously I would have sort of this symmetrical look of like one waste module, and leave it in. The one criticism I always hear about this design is that this is an exploit. But the funny thing about this is that I've also built a version without waste modules. Like, I'm totally fine just leaving the floor as a garbage pit. It's just, it kind of makes it look a little bit more like it's more machine-like to just have all of this gray sitting in the middle. So I actually do this largely for aesthetic reasons. But this is the Maddie variation of the opus magnum. Credit where credit is due, obviously. But yeah, I've got kind of two tracks going. I am a little short on employees, so I'll turn this thing down. I actually am no longer building this at the start of my my sessions. I think there are much more power efficient ways of getting the resources that I need. But once I get to the point where I'm doing dedicated factories, I pretty much build that one. And inevitably my playthroughs wind up with like 3-story factories with those kinds of production lines, and the absolutely offensive numbers of minerals and level 3 minerals and isotopes that come as a result of that. But we're definitely not at that point yet. I'm not going to be building mines yet. Mines will be a power drag, and of course they will require employees to work, and I figure it's better for me to focus on the resources that I already have. Now, it is important for me to get isotopes, so I should be using my influence to grab those as early as possible. But I think the next few steps, once I see, let's take a look at what my actual fuel business is. I definitely think I need to be thinking about where I'm going to be getting my my next batch of workers from. 1.4 waste modules that they're going to empty because they wouldn't fit Zerg Cow. It's if you actually have to have an opening for the waste module to get picked up. So I believe the largest number that you can get in that particular area is 3, not 4. I suppose, depending on your politics, the existence of mineral billionaires on Titan is deeply offensive. All right, so I can't build my conversion centers until I've got the isotopes. We've got somebody mining the patch. Let's just take a quick audit of my existing ruins and see if there's anything I can pick up. Now, I've got a fair number of red artifacts already, but I want to keep a lot in reserve so that I can start converting workers. So this is attractive. It's 9. We won't care about the waste. We're already working with the smokestack. 4. I think in this case I care about absolute numbers, not normalized for cost. Yeah, 9's the biggest I'm gonna get. So we'll salvage that. And I've got 12 left over, so if I've got a level 1, it wouldn't hurt to pick that up, but I have a feeling I've probably already exhausted that resource. I don't think there's going to be many level 1s left over. Okay, fair enough. So let's hit the play button and see where things are going. So let's see, storage facility. I'm actually kind of curious what it's going to cost me. See, I suppose if I develop... Oh, that's right. I can make life quite a bit easier for me just by dedicating one person to resources and isotopes. And if I turn this on, am I gonna... Okay, no, I don't have a full blackout yet. But I can't build another ship without giving up employees, and obviously if I don't have the right number of employees, I'm not going to be able to clear out my residential area. So we'll just be patient. Idle workers make me sad. Why? Why are you like this? Oh wow, we've lost both residential areas. Okay, we're actually gonna have some problems then. I will confess, this is one case where I do sometimes run into trouble in Titan. I have wound up in some situations where I don't have enough cleaning, or at least the cleaning is not applied to the residential areas. And a consequence of it is that I am not able to train more workers because my workers aren't getting paid. And so I sort of wind up in this downward spiral as far as my my ability to to like get the workforce to the level that it needs to be. Now, I think I'm going to be able to overcome it. I might want to hang on to some influence for a little while and request the credits. It's 7. Oh, actually, it's a lot later in the day than I thought it would be. Okay. So while I wanted to build a storage facility, we're actually going to build our conversion center right away, because it's possible this is going to be the last chance to to build some new workers. Oh, Oren, there's a wonderful clip. I believe it is from Pronounced Win, who is the lead designer on this game. I think that's the appropriate title. I might have mistitled the role. Anyways, smart person. There is an example of me like reasoning through the way that payment works in this game and coming to the conclusion that it is in fact better for me to buy a bunch of useless trucks in order to like, just because it will increase my capital stock as opposed to paying workers, which basically takes money out of the business and doesn't like actually accomplish anything for me. And I was absolutely delighted that clip, again, I find it a little difficult to hear my own voice, but I was delighted that clip was picked up because it really it speaks to the heart of Industries of Titan. When that happens, you throw your cleanup to the top of the priority list to get the residential cleared out while you focus on defense. Yeah, and there's definitely ways around it, but I really hate it when I have to throw the Enterprise into like one specialization to deal with like a panic situation. I'm okay if I say, okay, we're just going to focus on minerals now because, you know, it's mineral time. Yeah, I'm gonna roll the dice that this thing gets done on time, and then we'll consider the cleanup. To me, I always think that that's a failure of planning, and I'll accept sort of the incremental adjustments. But yeah, as you point out, like it's not like it's an unsolvable problem, but it's one that I definitely struggle with more than some of the others inside of the game. But in this rare case, I'm actually going to speed things up because we are quite literally just waiting on the conversion center. I might even go ahead and connect it. It depends on how far into the workday we are. Actually, the good news is that even if we fail to make even if we don't have any work done today, we're still going to make payroll. And I don't have anything else I want to spend those credits. Well, that's not entirely true. It would be nice to obviously buy other buildings, but as you can sort of see here, I have the main buildings that I need. This thing's accepting trucks as it should. I guess there's no way to force trucks to the storage facility, so they're gonna carry it on. Yeah, I mean, I am also speaking more for illustrative purposes, right? Like my existing, even with the focus. My existing residential's already getting properly cleaned. Like it's not, I'm definitely not at catastrophe mode yet, but clearly I want to make sure that I clearly want to make sure that my conversion center is up and running on time and like everything is ready to go before I hit that point. Still very new to Industries of Titan. What is the win condition? Save the planet, make all the money? Saving the planet is such a charming idea, Oren Rice. I really appreciate that you think that that's exactly what I want to be doing on Titan. No, it is a sort of a strategy city builder. So right now the win condition would be to eliminate all the rebel camps. So you are the startup on Titan's moon. Right now the faction that you can play are the Landfallers, which are very capitalist, very eager to do well for themselves, earn a lot of money. And so in this particular case here, the way that the game works right now is that there's a certain number of rebel camps on a map. There's generally a trade-off between the number of resources that you have earlier access to and the number of rebel camps. And actually, I can probably the Hunkered Rook is going to take some damage doing this, but I should be able to show you a rebel camp. They added Fog of War recently. Well, the Fog of War was always here, but the ability to go through the Fog of War was something that was recently added. There we go. So you can see that little red outline. So I probably can't get close enough to the HQ to... Oh! Well, at least we know where the gun is. But yeah, there's these rebel camps here. There's going to be 10 on the map. And essentially, if you can take out the... Run! If you can take out all the rebel headquarters, either by destroying them with your... destroying them with your ships, or sort of buying them out with influence, then you win the game, and then you're given the option of going into sort of this endless mode, which allows you to, be just kind of take on hordes of rebel enemies until you're finally overwhelmed. But yeah, it's definitely one of the things. Okay, actually, I never did get to talk about the opening cinematic the way that I wanted to. One of the things that I really like about the opening cinematic is that you play a game like this, and one of the things I always find so interesting, like I'm not going to say this is something that happens with Industries of Titan, although I obviously love to play an absolute monster, as but there have been some games in the past that want to try and like give you an idea of like, what it's like to run a sweatshop, like how horrible this thing is, and you should really feel bad about these things that you're doing to exploit the workers. And what's funny is that sometimes there's two ways that you can sort of see how these games approach it, which is that you create and by the way, I actually think the best way to handle some of this stuff is not to be too sermonizing about it. I actually think sometimes letting people draw their own conclusions can be really a really effective way of making your point. But like some of them sort of seem to create a series of game mechanics which like force you to make these really hard choices. Now, Frostpunk is a game that does this beautifully and does it in a way, it definitely judges you for some decisions that you make. But it, you are faced with some hard choices and there are consequences. And it's up to you to decide exactly where the line is. And the game will let you know as to whether or not they think you cross the line. And I suppose it's up to you to decide if you want to ignore them. But I have seen a couple of these try and do the, you're bad for doing this. Look at the misery that you have brought in the world through your actions. And one of the things that I personally sometimes feel on these ones are sort of like, but you don't know what I'm up against here. Like, I've got these costs that I need to worry about. And if I try to pay them a living wage, I've got, the place is going to fall apart and they're not going to have any employment. Like, why, seems to me that I'm making the best of a hard decision or of a hard set of circumstances, which probably says more about me than anyone or than the game itself. But I think this is like for people who want to do that sort of thing, whether they specifically want to do sort of a critique of capitalism or just an exploration of how the world is the way that it is. You do sometimes wind up in a situation where something that is intended to create an understanding about why these horrible things happen winds up actually creating this very weird sympathy for the antagonist of the story. And what's neat about the opening cinematic for Industries of Titan is that it gives you that individual level perspective. You get to see what Titan is like and what people are being sold compared to the realization, and you get to see the type of person that you need to be to do well, or at least what the claim in terms of who will do well. I really like that sort of stuff. And I think what's neat about this one is that obviously I make enough sort of jerk decisions here that the top-down view, without really considering the people on the ground, except just seeing them as like these resources to be used, I think is very appropriate, right? It's hard to say that the founder is necessarily going to concern themselves a lot with work-life balance. And yet I do think that there is value in term, especially in a game like this, which does actually have some rather well-developed lore and some pretty clear ideas about, I should be converting some people while I'm working on this. So like the idea of conversion, right? We're taking these people, we're essentially removing their their insides and making them like 24-hour workers and, mailing the payments back home. This is not necessarily a nice place to live. And I definitely relish the opportunity to sort of say some somewhat shocking things in terms of, how I'm running things and what my priorities are. But I really do think, particularly because this is a game that has some rather, I think it's well written, and I think has some interesting ideas. I do think there's also some value in kind of giving enough of a glimpse in terms of that micro level. It's one thing I actually quite like about the game. And again, like you don't want to... The one thing that I think doesn't work is when you sermonize. It's kind of up to you to decide whether or not, you're happy with this thing that you've built. I actually think there were a few comments in the Steam streams where people were talking about, I'm looking forward to not playing the Landfallers. And I'm happy enough playing the Landfallers personally. But, I do think that's one of the reasons why I really liked the opening intro that was added, is I just think being able, particularly because this game is this is a cyberpunk game, very much in the sense that it is really following the themes and inspirations of that genre, right? If you read Snow Crash, if you read Neuromancer, if you read, pick your favorite cyberpunk work, like it's not just Blade Runner's aesthetics. And Blade Runner is an amazing movie. It's like, it looks great. There's a reason why everybody takes the art direction and the cinematography from Blade Runner, because it is an incredibly beautiful film. But Industries of Titan, even though this game would be completely justified in completely ignoring any story elements, right? It's a fun sim. You get to build a city. It looks cool. I don't sit down and play City Skylines and say, oh, but I wonder what the person in the park is doing today. And yet I think Industries of Titan is so much more interesting because it has bothered to actually consider the genre in which it's operating. I think that it does actually bother to talk a bit about some of the ideas that motivate, essentially motivate the works that got people very excited about the genre. And I just find it so interesting that when some other games are maybe not as successfully addressing the themes of cyberpunk, that the one that's the well-developed sim is the one that really seems to have done a good job on it. Again, that's a matter of opinion. I know I do sometimes want to resist the urge to draw too many contrasts, because I don't necessarily like saying, obviously I didn't say the name of a given game. It's probably not the one you're thinking of, by the way. But a game can be good without another game being bad. But I also don't think it's entirely unfair to say that right now cyberpunk does have a tendency or a danger to be treated as a very cool set of art, some very cool art direction, as opposed to, as opposed to something a little bit more consistent with what we originally got interested in. And I just think it's very commendable that a game that would have, nobody would have condemned for, for maybe taking a more shallow treatment of some of these themes, actually taking the time and the effort to treat them well. Okay, so we are full up on our conversion capsules. We still have some garbage in the residential. I think instead of moving it up to the top, because I really do want to make sure that these resources are dealt with, I'm going to add 2 more bodies to clean up. And now we're going to upgrade. So now that's going to start draining my power, so I also need to get a new generator up and running. And I'm starting to see some of the limits in terms of my choices here. So for instance, I don't have a direct roadway around my shipyard. I guess I was going to go out and around like this, but it is going to make life a little difficult in terms of building my command center to expand out. Then there is... I've got a lot of sort of like single slots like this, but I don't have... Well, actually, I guess what I can do now is I can dismantle this energy pylon and move it either 1 up or 1 down. I think I'll move it 1 down just for the convenience. So this is going to take a little bit of effort, but I think that's another good idea. And then in the meantime, I will start building that command center because I can always turn it off. I should also probably start considering some additional defense turrets, but I'm going to try and skimp a little on defense while I don't know, I try and get myself into a good spot. Now, one worry I have, if I put the command center down here, that might mean I don't have room for another fuel turbine. And this is... Ooh. It's definitely a bit richer in zethane. Like, this isn't the richest zethane level compared to... Well, okay, let's consider what my other options are. My other options are well outside here. So no, actually I do think this will work all right. So I'll put a command center out. Now, obviously it'd be nice to go down south and deal with the rebel camps there, but right now I want to worry about getting a regular source of isotopes when that time comes. All right, draining batteries, but we can live with it. Oh, we've cleared out our residential areas so we can bring more people in. You know what? If I get rid of these ruins, that gives me... It sort of gives me access. If I want to put a road through here, then I'm in trouble. So what I'll do is I'll eventually claim these two to put some power down, I think. Well, actually, why would I do that when I can just put power down here? That makes as much sense as anything. So, of course, I need to keep in mind that I'm going to be sacrificing another worker to man this power station. Once my conversions are done, I'll turn off the conversion center again, but I want to try and take advantage of my opportunities as I can get them. And would you all be too upset with me if I took a second to bite a little bit more of my dinner? Just because I've got a bunch of stuff building right now. I guess we can turn off the industrial fan for a little bit. As I'm fond of saying, breathing is a privilege, not a right. In fact, cash-wise, we're doing all right. I should... Okay, cool. Tell you what, here's what I'll do. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get a white napkin and hire an orchestra or whatever to play for me. Now would probably be a good time for me to try and cover questions. Because right now, just the place is being built, and sometimes it's just fun to watch this stuff being built. So now would be a great time for some Q&A. If anybody has questions about this specific run, what my goals are, or my overall plans will be, You can ask them in the chat. I'm going to try and eat as quickly as I can. And then I'll be able to follow up with anything that happens inside the chat. So I'm just going to mute the stream. I'm going to keep doing some gameplay. But this would be just, there'll be a little less commentary while I feed myself, and then we'll be back with more material. I've kind of already said most of the stuff that I'm going to do here, so I don't think it should be too confusing. But feel free to speak up if you have any questions. Okay, that was delicious, but my wrap unwrapped in my hand, and it was very, it was very messy. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, Uncle Cranky, but I was writing messages in my building names. All right. So sorry about that, everybody. I also noticed that there was a welcome to the chat room message from Twitch. So it's possible that I missed some of your questions, but we'll deal with this from the top to the bottom. I'll get Uncle Cranky's shout out of the way first, actually. So Uncle Cranky, famous, player of 4X strategy games such as Gladius, Relics of War. No, he did a really good job of trying it. And actually, this is one thing I will highlight about Uncle Cranky. He is definitely willing to do stuff that I think he thinks is not a good fit. I have a lot of respect for being able to do that, because it is very challenging to play a game that maybe you feel like asks too much of you, and to do that very publicly. But Uncle Cranky has been doing Chimera Squad. I think you just finished that recently, so I don't know if you have sort of the next big thing in mind. But New Zealand broadcaster tends to stream later than I do, so usually a safe bet when you're looking for something to watch when I've gone offline. What the kind of person who kindly lets me know that I might be muted on stream, which I always appreciate, because I do tend to screw that up every once in a while. All right, so Oren had a few questions here. So first of all, you mentioned Command & Conquer SimCity vibes. With the awesome art style, actually, if you want to follow the artist behind the game, Sir Karma, SIR_CARMA, is active on Twitter. I believe got the job because of the work that he was putting out on Twitter, and this actually is his first game. Which, hell of a debut, if you ask me. But I think it's actually also fair to say, like, I guess I can feel a little bit safer now that the Brace Yourself account is out. But, like, if you look at the credits, or like there's a really cool thing that Brace Yourself does on their employee page, which is they randomize the members of the team. So it's not like, I think Ryan Clark is the founder and CEO, so it's not like he's at the top always and then, everybody is necessarily below. It is, randomly generated the order, and so sort of it's a little more egalitarian. Sounds like communism to me, but it works for them. But I kind of feel like I need to play the Magnificent Seven theme in the background. Like, it's just these incredibly accomplished or just generally impressive people. And, like, you could see it in the games, right? Like, it's, I don't mean to be too... like, this is the one thing I'm always worried about being, like, too fawning over this stuff. But, like, their games are really good. I don't quite know how they're able to put so much into these games over the periods of time that they're working on them. Like, I'm genuinely impressed at what they're able to put into an update every month. But yeah, I mean, like, it really does seem to be that it is a company. They kind of call themselves the Indie Katamari. They've definitely had some acquisitions and growth. And it just really does seem to be a place that has an eye for talent, and it really has delivered on it. Oh, that's wild. So apparently we've gotten really good at cleaning up waste. Okay, you know what? Let's just let's let the AI handle our problems. But yeah, no, I mean, like, obviously, whether or not it's a first game, it's one that clearly fits the style incredibly well. So obviously a huge asset. Where else were we? So what are the different paths to victory? So right now, the only path to victory is eliminate the rebel camps. I should be able to turn on this energy plant now, and now I just need to wait for the additional artifacts. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to wait. No, actually, I should have enough level 3s to get this conversion center upgraded. I do need to consider where I'm going to get my next pylon from, but I don't think that should be too much of a burden. But yeah, like basically right now so like there's a Zen mode in the game. So if you do not want to really engage with the combat, you have an option to turn that off. But I think like the thing about this is that as somebody who lives in Ottawa, Canada's capital, like it was a fort originally called Bytown after Colonel By, and it's neat to see like even like where Parliament is, like Parliament. The back of Parliament is this sheer cliff face. It's actually a very defensible position, in addition to being sort of the seat of the federal government. So I just think there's something very interesting about being able to play a game in which your city is shaped by defensive considerations and not just wanting to build a really cool looking city. So personally, I think even if you just like turn it to easy and then build it, I just think it's more interesting to play this game when you have the defensive considerations, rather than playing it as a pure city builder. But basically, if you want a screen that says you've won, basically you need to eliminate the rebel camps. However, you can do it as sort of a brute force-ish approach of sending ships and blowing them up, or you can use your influence. Influence is now a currency on Titan. It's not just this is not just a representation of your pull with the council. It is an actual tradable. Item that, of course, the council sets the exchange rate for because they own everything. But what else did we have? Oh, and can you convert the? But yeah, basically, right now, eliminating rebel camps is currently the only victory condition. That may change in the future. I don't know if there's been official words on that yet. Obviously, the ways that you eliminate the rebel camps are sort of up to you, though. And can you convert the enemy to friendlies? No, but I would argue that probably being able to use your influence to convert an HQ and then like bulldoze it, I have to assume that there's some kind of bribery going on there. Cranky says, also taking a break between seasons 1 and 2 of The Sopranos, which is kind of like the Goodfellas of mafia fiction. You're telling me you must construct additional pylons? There is, in fact, an achievement. I do not remember how to get my epic achievements up on the screen, but I believe there is you must construct additional pylons achievement that pops up. Dodge Viper GT celebrating a 1-year subscription anniversary. I feel like I'm wasting my life every time I see these 1-year things coming up because it's hard to believe that there's been a year of the sub button, and I know it's longer than a year. But thank you very much, Dodge Viper, and I always appreciate that. I never like. There's one thing to keep in mind about concurrent views and follows and things like that. It's like, if you have a 20% bump in your view count for whatever reason, and you feel like 20% smarter, or you feel like 20% more talented, you run the risk of feeling 20% dumber when those numbers go down. There are very clearly things that you can do to put in the effort, put in the work, try and grow your channel. But I try not to be as metrics driven as my normal, like my inclination would be. Because obviously, like, I work with numbers a lot. I work with data a lot. It is very natural for me to want to quantify things and to deal with things in that way. But I also appreciate that there's some very wonderful sentiments behind that. Clearly, this is free entertainment. There's no expectations. You don't need to chat. You don't need to sub. My format, I think people tend to like putting on in the background and just listening to me babble on about anything. It doesn't really matter what. And so I can't say it enough. Like, I never want to take that stuff for granted. But with that in mind, I actually tremendously appreciate when people go that extra mile, because I did, way back when, before affiliate was on Twitch and things like that, I did actually buy an upgrade to my internet package so I could sort of put some extra, just a little bit of extra care into my. Why are there minerals in here still? Basically, so I could put some extra care into my. Well, this would explain why I'm not seeing my isotopes improve. That's really embarrassing that I didn't check that out this early. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to make a meal out of it, but yeah, no, I like. People really like listening to the stream in the background. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be something they want to actively participate in. And Twitch has definitely created a series of incentives for kind of very active chatting, right? Emotes are something that if you're active in chat, you get more out of it than if you don't. And I don't know. It's nice to say that I don't take that stuff for granted. It's your money. You gave up time. You had to exchange your life for payment, and doing that for a sub for me is something that I really appreciate. So thank you. Yeah, well, this is actually the really funny thing. Like, I don't want to focus on the negative too much, but like it is kind of funny. Every once in a while, I will get a nasty comment just because I said, I'm sure Oren will be fine. I'm sure Oren will be shocked to find out that I occasionally say things online that people don't like. Did I really just put 2 output modules down? Good Lord, I'm not paying attention. And that's life on the internet, right? I wish it were different, but I'm not gonna lose too much sleep about it either. But the size stuff has always been kind of funny because it's one of the ones that's a little like it's funny how obviously they've missed the mark or missed the point. It's not to say that I wouldn't want to see the channel grow, but I don't believe that growth should be at all costs. Oh, hang on. This is really good to know. Okay, so it's not powered not because we don't not because I turned this all off, but because we don't have it connected to the grid. Whoops. All right, so this is now a priority to claim. But the funny thing is that I'd like to think in terms of just sitting down and understanding what motivates people to watch the channel. I actually have a fairly good idea of it. In terms of the like wanting to just kind of kick back and let the stream wash over them. I think that's a fairly robust finding. And it's why I sometimes find those kinds of comments so amusing, just because it doesn't really require a whole... Like, you could not like my stuff, and you can think that I am, I have too much of an ego, or I spend too much time talking about stuff that's not related to the game. Like, you can genuinely dislike me as a person and find stuff that says, and here's why this guy is a jackass. But to be like, lol, you're small is actually really funny, because obviously, like, within the last month, I also got my first paycheck for streaming. Like, not a Twitch paycheck or that, but as in somebody specifically asking me to stream for them, and like, just do the thing that I do, and clearly being able to... And it's funny because like I largely do this for free, right? If I believe in the game, particularly if it's a smaller game, it's one that I actually really like being able to share with people, and it sort of helps raise my profile. So there's some added benefits for me as well. But the funny thing is that from a totally different perspective, I'm actually one of the most efficient streamers possible, right? Look how much revenue I'm getting per user. That's not the way I think of it, but like that's a way that you can go through. So with that in mind, it's just kind of nice to balance some of this stuff out. People are just so sensitive when you decry their Demon Souls as a poor copy of Dark Souls. It is though, right? And like everybody's like, oh, it's the same developer. And I'm like, you've got Dark Souls, Demon Souls. They're not the same game, right? And everybody's all like, oh no, it's actually From Software. You can't look at the titles. And I'm like, really? So you're trying to tell me it's From Software making Demon Souls, huh? Well, let's go take a look at the Demon Souls credits right now, okay? I'm gonna search Wikipedia, or not Wikipedia, I guess where's the publishing information? There we go, scrolling down. Oh, what do you know? Developer, Bluepoint Games. Is Bluepoint Games From Software? Did From Software change their name? I don't think so. Sorry, that's incredibly irritating for an extended period of time. But yeah, there are some go-to trolls that will always deliver. You know what? I think we can afford to run the energy deficit for a bit. So let's just run the batteries. So I'm going to survey these ruins. It would be nice if I can find... Actually, I can already clear out an isotopes patch, so that's a good one for me. Again, I'm resisting the urge to tap the nodes until the last possible minute. I'll eventually upgrade this thing, but I do need to prepare for a rebel attack, and I'll be honest, I kind of would have hoped to have a bit more in terms of defensive structures, but I got a little distracted with my own rants. We seem to be doing okay in terms of trash cleanup, though. I think it's fair to say that the issue I'm running into isn't one of raw resources. I think I've got enough to be able to sort of build out my next batch of improvements. In fact, maybe I'll just build the mine but not turn it on, because I'm sort of drowning in minerals right now. Also, let's grab an air purifier. I'm flush with cash, so let's buy the rest. And I may consider a council monument at some point to try and push things ahead, but we'll take it one step at a time. So I'm going to put down the mine and prep for a time when I'm not going to be able to buzz down these ruins for goodies. We're definitely not at that point yet, but it's good to prepare. 3 isotopes for 13 waste, but it is a bit of territory that I need. I'm debating as to whether or not it would have been better to just claim the isotopes patch first, though. And then I'm just trying to think if now is the right time. Yeah, you know what? Let's turn on ship shape and let's buy ourselves a new ship. How much do we make? About 4K a turn. So we probably can't afford the big stuff. Yeah, that's 9K. But let's try and buy a big expensive hull. So we can get up to 2,500. The Bueto or the Osprey. The Bueto definitely seems like something I can... All right. The Bueto KM49839, one of the loudest ships in current use. Pilots of the Buzzard often develop tinnitus. So I think probably this got a rename unintentionally. I should do... So for those of you who would like to help the development of, Titan, you can use the in-game bug report forum as well as participate in the Discord. And so you can give an idea of the severity. So that's really... Power up audio, guys. This isn't really a bug, so well, like it's not something that save data is going to help with. So I usually send the save data, but I feel like this is probably just going to. I should maybe be careful on like saying literally. I'm assuming that the exclamation points will communicate the not very seriousness of this thing. I'm submitting my my report, but I'm not actually. So I guess we can afford a bigger ship now. We'll still go for the Buito. Okay, so we're about to see an example of the rebel attacks. So, rebels come in waves. As you meet with success on Titan, you are going to... I like to think that the rebels are just jealous of your success and want to claim it for their own. And so you are going to need to defend yourself. Now, we've got a defense turret over here, but you'll notice that the defense turret is not covering this fuel turbine, energy pylon, command center, the radiation palace, its related storage facility. We also have an energy pylon here, which is keeping my entire economy afloat. If this thing goes down, these power off. Actually, I guess because I moved this one closer, that's not true anymore. I suppose what I'm trying to say here is that my defense turret alone is not going to cut it. And so we've got the Hunkered Rook as a sort of a line of defense. Okay, we're going to turn these things off because they're just wasting power. And we'll do a call to arms. I probably could have done the call to arms a little bit earlier because this defense turret doesn't seem to be up and running yet. But the rebels haven't shown up, so the longer they wait, the happier I'll be. There's one. Okay, are they going to be getting in range? They're probably heading towards that fuel turbine, so let's intercept them. The Common Salvation. And if you liked FTL, this is for you. So we've got two small lasers here. There seems to be a feeling, and I think it's a reasonably justified one, that small lasers are ideal against enemy ships. Now, this one I think has a pretty obvious pattern. So the way that construction works, I never really explained how construction. So apologies to those of you unfamiliar with Titan, because I'm sure how some of these systems interact doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But the basic idea is that you need to power your ships. So power comes from fuel. Fuel fabricators pull fuel out of the air. And you can transmit power through relays. And that's why I was building those energy pylons. And this is what allowed Uncle Cranky to make his joke. So with that in mind, if you want to find weak points on enemy ships, generally take a look at where their relays are and how it defends or how it's kind of keeping them from, or how it allows them to do certain actions. So for instance, right here, if I fire my first laser against these two relays, I just happen to know that these relays aren't long enough to be able to power its laser, and that will effectively eliminate the main threat to my units. Now, from what I understand, they are eventually going to make it so that if you take out crew members, you'll be able to salvage the enemy ship, but right now the only option is to destroy them. So I'm going to have one laser that's just constantly pounding the relays, keeping the laser offline, and then I'm also just going to hit the laser because it's as good of a place as any to, to bash the enemy. One way that players have gotten around the difficulty coming from defense turret under attack. So let's just see what else we're up against. Okay, well, this one's just having a bad time. It really is. Oh, is it not continuing in the... Same pattern. But yeah, so apparently there's going to be things like, well, possibly things like salvage. It's always important to remember that when games are in development, there can be costs associated with implementing certain features, and that, you know, it may just turn out to be not very fun. I think in the case of Sunless Sea, its combat was originally turn-based, and apparently, while this is obviously it's a very popular and well-received game, it is also true that there was apparently a very large number of people who were quite, oh, this is interesting. It looks like it doesn't have any health left, but we're still... Interesting. All right. Well, let's cancel the alarm and start repairing things. I'm curious here to see... Okay, it's shipping away. I wonder if it's because the other ship was called the Common Salvation and it was taking the... Well, no, you know what? Because it probably would have still had a number here, so maybe it just wasn't reporting what the health was. But yeah, anyways, one way or the other, I believe there has been some talk of being able to salvage ships where you eliminate the crew, which I know is something of a viable strategy in, as I like to call it, because I'm just an awful person, FTL than light. But for the time being, it's basically a fight to the death. Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about some ways. So some of the ways that players will get past the idea of the fragility of a... So like one problem that I have here is that I've got all these single relays here as well. And while it's true that there's a little bit of security in the sense that if you target one relay here, you still have another one that allows the other laser to go. Like, this is a pretty fragile setup on its own. In fact, if you were to target this relay, you know, all of a sudden there's no connection to my main generator. And so one of the ways that players will get past that problem in their ship design is to actually use large relays, not necessarily because they want the extra range on it, but because they want the, how do I put it? The, like the extra survivability of their critical infrastructure. You've got 50 hours in FTL, one, like, 4... I don't know. Like, actually, one interesting moment. So, if I had my choice, I would have stayed in Vancouver. I don't mind that I moved out here, but I miss Vancouver very much. But one of my fond memories of Ottawa was one of the first streams that I did while I was waiting for my PC to arrive in my apartment. I played FTL on my laptop, and I actually got my first normal difficulty flagship victory, and that felt really good. Like that's a memory that I still sort of cherish. We only played both XCOM games on Iron Man hardest difficulty, still having to beat the second game because you keep dying. Yeah, it's funny. I actually don't mind Iron Man on certain games, but the XCOM series is one I've never quite been able to make myself do Iron Man runs on. I actually really enjoy the process of like discovering alternative paths through the challenges. So it's not one that it's weird in the sense that something that I normally like in other games, in this case, is one that I haven't embraced. You want to move to Vancouver? It's wonderful. Obviously, it's famous for its very expensive housing, but I have a lot of very fond memories of Vancouver. I definitely intend to go back for a visit, probably when pandemic-related things have calmed down a little bit. But yeah, it's a wonderful city, and it wasn't one I was born in, but it's definitely a place that still very much feels like home for me, even though it has been a few years since I've been there. Okay, I think I can afford to upgrade this energy plant. Probably should have done that before the conversion center went online, but we can do some fancy footwork to pay for everything if the need arises. Now I do need to... either it just finished or they always play that animation to make me feel like I just arrived. So let's think about how we're going to build this ship. So I can put 3 weapons on it. Now, I did sort of say that I was going to... your brother moved there a year ago and you're so jealous. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, a city is going to be what you make of it. Like, I'm sure there's some people who, you know, just prefer other places, but definitely Vancouver is a pretty special place for me. So you'll notice from the design of this ship over here, the Hunkered Rook, we went for small lasers, and I think I'm going to go for the same principle on this ship. So let's start. I'll just see where I can sort of cram these things. I can put them in the corners. I can put them. So I can put them in here, but it also feels like it's going to get a little crowded. So I could probably afford to do something like one here. I'm not going to be able to do symmetry, but keep it a little further away from the ramp. No, yeah, people will still be able to hop in. So that's going to have an energy cost of 3. So we definitely need at least 1 life. Actually, you know what? We should probably just cram this thing with as many life support pods as we can. So that's going to be 6 that we need for our 6 for our energy for starters. I'm going to stick a large generator in here simply because I feel like having a surplus is always kind of nice. And one thing that's really nice is we don't actually need crew members to man the generator anymore. So it looks like we're going to be losing power in a bit, but it's leisure time, so I can afford to wait. I forgot to build this out of mineral 3s. So I'm switching between the different mineral types because large generator has 20 CUs, so while I technically lose the 5 CUs building a large generator, I only give up 1 mineral, like 1 mineral block. And as a consequence, I just sort of I minimize the total amount of stuff that I'm losing. Is sort of the reasoning behind that. This is not going to be a very pretty ship design, but this is going to get the job done. So, and I'm going to maybe try to follow the good advice of putting down a large relay. Actually, I'm going to go even one step further. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have sort of 2 paths. I'm going to build a little more redundancy inside of the network. Like I said, it's not going to be pretty, but... so we also need engines. Let's get those out of the way now. I don't know if there's like a hard limit on the number of engines that you can put in, or if it just stops being useful past a certain point. Now, it would have been nice if I'd put some more thought into like the overall structure, because obviously there's some really narrow paths here, but I'm just going to stick engines where I can. Like I said, this is not going to be something that people look at and say, wow, truly this is the essence of Industries of Titan. Oh, I don't like that because it leaves that open. All right, and then of course we need crew pods, and quite a few of them. Now these ones I believe people can walk through, so I think I can just do a big crowded crew quarters like this. Medical pod, and then the rest is just deciding how many batteries I want to cram into this build, into this design. So this is kind of me more like getting something off the assembly line as quickly as I can. This is not like a design I'm going to save. It's just making sure that all the people have. It's just basically making sure that the ship has the necessities, and then of course I'm not going to go crazy like I normally do, but I am going to stick a bunch of batteries on this thing. Oh, I made a mistake. I do slightly, I do put a priority on batteries over fuel, for the simple reason that you can, like, if you run out of fuel, you can still survive on your leftover, you can sort of survive on your leftover batteries to like get yourself to that fuel spot, whereas if you run out of batteries, like everything's sort of shut. Yeah, I think you can still move, but I think like you're sort of dead in the water. So, all right. Do I have room for a large fuel tank? Because the problem is that with all this, like with all of this energy coverage, I kind of want to just stick as many batteries as I can and ignore fuel. But I always think one ship should have an obvious vulnerability that people will target. So let's just stick this nice big fuel tank right in the middle. All right, like I said, it's not going to win any design awards. Okay, I think we are ready for another conversion center, and then I will actually a conversion center, a council monument, and perhaps consider expanding my residential areas. But first of all, let's grab an isotopes patch. Okay, actually, there's quite a bit for me to do here. So, first of all, we're going to grab this ruins here. So this is going to be the last step to getting the isotope mine up and running. Again, we're not touching this until we're out of level 1s of isotopes and minerals to use. There's no point in me degrading the reserves until I absolutely have to. We're ready to launch. I don't remember what the ship was called, so we'll watch the. Is also the Hunkered Rook. Well, that won't do. Does anybody have a ship name that they want to call it? So this shouldn't be too expensive to repair. All right, so there's a few things that I want to do here. So let's start with a council monument because I got the minerals to back it up. Also the energy for that matter. Now I should be considering a little bit more of my energy generation. I'm actually going to find that I'm probably going to need another high quality energy plant before long. Actually, come to think of it, I have the isotopes to upgrade this thing, so let's run away with that. Get that to level 3 soon. And yeah, I think I am actually going to make another conversion center before I make another... before I make another power plant. I'm going to put a turret down here in the ruins, and what I might do with ship shape, I might actually dismantle this and move my shipyards elsewhere, just so that I can get a road running. Well, no, I can still get a road running through these areas here. I need to be a little careful about it, but I feel like even if I just shift ship shape down 1 and then run the road... Nope, that's still going to block it. So I need to find a totally new spot for it. Okay, well that'll be something I consider later. For now, we'll launch. Right now I just want to get the infrastructure built. Even if I don't use it, I want to just lock in those mines so I don't need to worry about dedicating those resources in the future. And then from that point, I can consider where I expand in terms of additional command centers. I probably want to build more residential and office buildings. Let's just upgrade. This is going to cost me 18, so that's not too expensive. This is just to help my influence gain so that I can take up these remaining tiles. And then I think probably we should start chasing some rebels. I seem to be in a good enough balance in terms of handling garbage and such, and I do need to keep an eye on my power, but I also think I'm at a point here where I should feel comfortable expanding. Oh, we properly ran out of power now. This is probably going to be where I put my next fuel turbine. But I think what I want to do before I do any of that is I want to clear out the remaining resource-only tiles. So for instance, these ruins, especially because they've got isotopes. Something like this. I want to clear out the ones that give me resources first, and then I'll consider sort of the next steps. And actually, before anything, I should probably consider upgrading. I should consider putting a turret down to protect my command center and just generally my my mining operations here. So let's do that. Yeah, we'll do it in one of these 2 slots. And then finally, I also need to replenish my citizens. We're still generating cash, but of course, it's nice to generate more. Like, you can always use more in these games. Okay, can I get away with a level 3? This thing has 32 power requirement. I think we can manage it. Run for your lives. Well, if they can chase us, that's good. Let's call this the intemperate. Let's pick a noun. What's a good thing to be intemperate? I'm just trying to think what, like, I've got Rook for the other name, but Ledger. For now, at least. So you got a bit of an indication in terms of how challenging turrets can be. All right, it's hammer time. Oh, curse them. That turret's gonna rip me to shreds. Get out of there. You cannot attack with more than one ship at a time. Fortunately, we seem to be really effective shooting this way, so I'll let it happen. I might be exploiting something here, but unintentionally. As for the rest, I would like to upgrade the conversion center, but I've obviously gone pretty heavy on my existing isotopes, so I need to cool it there for now. I guess I would like to get the industrial fan upgraded at some point. Well, it's doing a good job of defending the residential areas for now. I suppose I shouldn't get too worked up about it. Definitely are going to need some... We're definitely going to need some more artifacts before too long. But then we're also going to need influence for more bodies. Okay, well, let's get the turret up and running at least. Obviously, some of my hard-earned cash is going to go into repairing that ship, but that was just due to my carelessness. Okay, so... Oh, I am actually a little surprised that we ran out of minerals so quickly. Okay, so the plan was to try and get a lot of new bodies. So I think the time has come for me to actually make this thing a reality. So let's turn the next line on. I'm going to let's get this thing running at full capacity. I'm a little nervous because I'm going to pull a whole lot of employees out of like the cleaning jobs, so this may have unintended consequences. Why are you working on isotopes right now? And then for some reason I forgot to add the waste receptacles here. But other than the fact that I'm eventually going to add another floor to this, I think this is ready to go minerals-wise. My big indicator is just the number of idle that I'm seeing here, so that's making me think that I can sort of afford to fill up the ranks a little bit. But again, I just want to be cautious because if you get into sort of this cascading waste problem, it's quite challenging to try and overcome. So, you know, I want to be, I'm a little gun shy as far as my employees are concerned. And you know what? Because we've got some level 2 minerals to, or yeah, level 2 minerals to run around with. Let's get our second line up and running for the isotopes as well. What in heaven's name was I thinking here? I don't put my employee module here, I put my input module here. So the way that refining works in this game is that you will have... So I've actually noted, I have a theory about why people find refining so tricky in this game. And I think it's because when you play other sort of Sims or survival games or sort of games in this style, you tend to have these situations where, like, you tend to combine existing resources into the refined ones. Which is to say, like, I have, I don't know, like, Satisfactory is an example. So I've got like an iron plate and screws, and if I combine those, I get a reinforced plate. And that's definitely one way of doing refining, but it's not the only way. In the case of Industries of Titan, the way refining works is basically to say that I've got a basic version of a resource, I am putting it into some processing, into some kind of processor, and I am getting a better version of that same object as a result. And I think because we've been trained in other games to sort of think of refining in the combine two items to get a single unit of another item, we have a tendency to stumble in a game like Industries of Titan, which is more saying it's like, no, you're starting with a very basic version of this thing that you've extracted, and you are turning it into a better version of that thing. So in this particular case here, you are like, you're turning a single mineral or isotope into a better version of a mineral or isotope. But there will be one object which is just more valuable for construction. And that's what's happening here. See, I'm going from level 1 to level 2. My ideal version of these lines basically have 2 people working on the level 2 refining, because it does actually require... level 2 goes a bit slower. The fact of the matter is, though, I actually don't have enough isotopes to justify running these things double. Of course, this might be the time where I finally decide, okay, it's time to enable the... I could decide it's time to enable the isotope mine. Mess this one up. Okay. I actually don't feel the strong urge to have lots of isotopes. I do feel the strong urge to get a realistic idea of what the demands on my labor are going to be Because if I can afford to do some expansion into rebel territory, I'd prefer to run with that right now. I will give you a little bit of the logic behind this. So the idea here is that my first unit is like, okay, I get a single isotope, I push in a single isotope. That probably doesn't require a lot of elaboration. Because the ideal version of this has enough staff to sort of keep running everything through at the same pace, it makes sure that the time to process a level 1 is about the same as the time to process a level 2. So the idea would be that there's enough that are keeping these things constantly running. Now, the reason... So one, it's just a matter of, like, fitting everything in. But there's another reason why this little branch is here. And this is essentially a recognition that there are some cases where you don't actually want to use a tier 3, where a tier 2 will suffice. I have my own way of thinking about resources. I don't think it's a particularly controversial way, but it's not the only way of thinking about it, which is to say that I prefer to think in the long term. And what that means is if I have the option of treating every tier 1 resource as if it will live to become a tier 3, generally I kind of get the best outcomes. That's my general feeling. And so in that case, what I try and do is I say, okay, I need something that has a construction of 4. I could use 4 tier 1s, and that means that I am ultimately losing out on 3 would-be tier 3s. Then the other alternative is to say I will use a tier 2 because while I might be wasting some resources, I know that I'm not losing any more objects, right? It will still just be one resource, and whether it was a tier 2 or a tier 3 doesn't really matter. So the reason why I add in a little bit of a surplus for the tier 3 stuff. I'm probably testing the edge. Yeah, I need to get a little more serious about my economy. The reason why I allow for this second track, like if you look at the design, this means there's going to be more tier 2s that get created than tier 3s, which may not be a desirable feature. But it's essentially a recognition that in some cases, like if I want to combine 2 buildings, there's no more advantage for me to do that with a tier 2 than a tier 3 version of the resource. And so essentially it's sort of my recognition of that fact and my way of incorporating that into my plans. So one thing I'm behind on is I would like to have had my command center grow a little bit. So one of the things I would like to be working on next is to take out at least 1 rebel camp so I can boost my influence cap. And then, because I've already got this council monument built, I am going to... actually, also because we're at 66%, I should probably build a defense turret. That was what originally motivated me to extend my... That's what inspired me to extend my my production lines. But yeah, I think once we get some defense down, I'm going to make a serious push towards a rebel camp. In fact, let's take a second here and see if I can maybe see how close we are. We're pretty much surrounded with 10 rebel camps, so I'm pretty sure if I just throw a stone, I'll hit a rebel, which is why I will want to throw it hard. Alright, yeah, they're pretty much at our doorstep. Night's a little tricky because you can't quite see the silhouettes of the guns as well. Gently. Alright, that's already a level 3. So one other big thing I need to do is just clear out this area. I probably am going to need another another generator. And I am sort of running out of space for this. I think maybe I'll put the power down here, and then we'll build our fuel extractor over here. But let's get the upgrades that I can. We'll worry about the rest later. Eventually, too, I'd like to build up the storage facilities and such, but we're not at full capacity on the factories yet, so I don't quite see the need to spend my isotopes. Like I'm still at 0 level 1 isotopes at the moment here, just because I haven't had somebody picking them up. I'm gonna rely on the AI to make the right choices here, but I don't see any point in wasting isotopes for additional storage facilities until the time comes. Now, I am going to admit one thing here. This is sort of me playing the honor system, if anything. I don't really see what the value of keeping your conversion centers on after you've done your like upgrades. Like once I've converted everyone, I'm not really sure I have any incentive to keep the conversion centers on until I need to do more conversions. Speaking of, I think I am. I know it's 90, but it's worth it. But as you can see, with the conversions, we're now just on the border of losing money. I still have a whole bunch of ship styles to unlock. So I would like to, I'd like to get those numbers up. I'm not going to upgrade these yet. These wind up having a very high power cost over time. This stuff really creeps up on you. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to build another batch of residential and office buildings first, and then I'd like to start upgrading them over time. That's probably going to be the point where I finally need to turn the mine on. But I at least want to clear out the territory and sort of lay the groundwork. Did I repair you already? Yes. What an efficient operation. Once we've also cleared out a few rebel camps, I also think I'm going to build a whole bunch more naval yards, because it would actually be kind of fun to see if we can take on the rebels in a proper fight. But right now, I'm gonna just rely on my ability to to wield my economic influence. And again, this is my resistance in terms of taking out, using the isotope node yet, just because I've got all these isotope patches. So again, I'll clear this stuff out first because this is a little more important to me. But we should have some pretty regular access to isotopes when the time comes. I just happen to be in a moment where it's a little yeah, sadly we don't have access to anything else. You can incidentally use the mines to access patches. I just don't, I'm not 100% sure why you would build a mine specifically for that. I guess there's a speed consideration. I personally haven't been able to I haven't quite been able to make the case for myself, but that might just be a reflection of my own, my own short-term thinking. There could be an advantage that I'm not realizing there. Lots of tasty stuff I want to grab. Maybe I want to build another council monument. I think I probably should build the power plants before anything else. Okay, pretty robust workforce now. I definitely have some options in terms of upgrading fuel turbines that I should be taking before too long. What's it going to cost me for an energy plant? I feel that's affordable and a good investment. Although I'm falling behind on mineral production again. Oh, I know why, because it's level 2, not level 3. I was a little surprised. Like, minerals really should be the thing I'm not worrying about right now. We've still got 101 after, like, and we haven't even touched our node yet. This is level 3. Okay, so this will be the next spot I gobble up. I should probably also upgrade this pylon. I suppose now is as good of a time as any, but it is going to shut down a few things that I need. Oh, I'm out of artifacts. There's a little pollution there. There's a small justification for improving the fan, but we'll hit the energy pylon with the upgrade again, just so that I don't have to worry about it again in future. I'm probably gonna have to build a second one anyway, but again, it's mostly about just getting access to the rebels, and then we'll find what to do with the space after the fact. My guess is that I'm probably going to wind up dismantling ship shape, and maybe we'll just kind of make like a shipyard off to the side here or something. As you can see, I really don't care about my population's well-being. I've actually put it in one of the least desirable places possible, but they don't like. Because the population sim hasn't been implemented yet, there's no like penalty for me putting this in such an inconvenient spot for people. It's not a good way to, like, in an early access game, it's not a good way to think about the game, because obviously you're going to build a bunch of bad habits so that when they do implement that sort of thing, you're actually going to get burned by it. But I think in general, it's not the worst way of going. Like, just to get where you need to, I think is what I'm trying to say. I would like to upgrade this turret as well, but I think the window is sort of past for that unless I can get a more reliable source of isotopes. So the red artifacts are first. I'm actually, one thing I'll say, I always feel a little scared of the term balance, because I don't want to relitigate stuff that was said inside of the Discord. I always find some of the least edifying conversations about balance, though, are the ones that are, like, basically assume that the people making the game can't do division. As an economist, I am obviously familiar with the idea of equilibrium and why it can be very helpful, and, I think there's a place for it. But I sometimes think that it is very easy to wind up in unhelpful places by sort of thinking of that sort of thing as like if it just becomes sort of I guess a dogma or like some mantra. It's like it always has to be equal or something like that, and then moving past it, like moving past the idea of balance in terms of equality, but rather just a feeling that you aren't being pushed into one direction too much in terms of just optimal play. What I sort of mean by this is that there have been a few different ways that credits and red artifacts have been worked. So there's a while when red artifacts would unlock buildings, and now we've gone back to credits, but now it's a fixed amount for credits. And so far in this journey, this seems to have achieved what I think their intentions are the best. What I'm noticing is that I am actually running out of artifacts enough when trying to make citizens. Whereas I think in the times just before they had implemented the change to, to make it so that you could buy buildings with red artifacts, I was sort of under the impression that I had this huge surplus of artifacts that I really didn't know what to do anything with. In here, I sort of feel like for the longest periods of time in this game, I am generally feeling like I have a need to keep my credits and my artifacts at a fairly good level. I will eventually abandon the need to get credits for the simple reason that I'm going to run out of ships to buy. But there's enough ships at the sort of the increasing costs that I don't think I'm actually going to have that need anytime soon. So if that is appropriately a matter of balance, if that's something that's appropriately sort of pointed to balance, then I actually think the game is doing quite well on that front. If this is something that's maybe aside from the issue of balance, then I need to just shut up and not use terms in ways they shouldn't be. But I would just generally say here, like, I have some ideas in terms of what my priorities are going to be at a given time, driven by what I'm encountering in the game at a given moment. But I have felt on fewer occasions, let's say, that I obviously need to get resource X. I guess the comparison I would make would be, I know a number of you are probably fans of Stellaris. There was a while early on in Stellaris where you pretty much wanted to maximize the number of minerals that you had at any given time. You know what? Let's just build these stuff with tier 3s. There's no point in waiting. I'm a little tempted to take this ship just to get the... You know what? This is a pretty good resource ship. Let's do the expensive office first. And we're in the middle of a work shift, so I'm going to have to wait to upgrade this energy pylon, but I am going to need to do that, otherwise this thing's not going to work. And yeah, so like it was basically, you'd go on the forums, and somebody would say, like, how do I get better Stellaris? And pretty much the answer is always going to be, get more minerals. Like, you always need more minerals. And I like the fact now that there is a little bit more of a... Actually, I would argue that that path went a little too far in the other direction, that minerals were undervalued in Stellaris for a long time because ultimately they are the foundation for your infrastructure. It's gone. I think it's gone to a more interesting place, and I think while they haven't added new resource types inside of Industries of Titan, I feel like we're in a pretty good place as far as the artifacts and credits are concerned, that I sort of feel a need to have both and work well with both, which wasn't necessarily always true. Okay, so I'm clearly running short on a few things. I guess the question is, do I feel comfortable enough turning off the fuel Okay, actually, here's what I can do. I can turn off my conversion centers, which means I can afford to turn off a power plant. I'm a little lucky that the conversion centers don't do... So if you turn off a residential area, I'm actually going to... you'll see that your income drops because you need a combination of a place to live and a place to work to earn the money. Whereas workers, it doesn't seem like turning off the conversion center stops the workers from working. I think there's a really good reason why that doesn't happen. I think if you were to do that, you would have... you'd be in a situation where you've disabled the work, so let's say garbage turns off the conversion center. Well, now you've disabled the people who are going to get rid of the garbage. And there might be a way of working around it, but it's not necessarily one that I like. While you can sort of cheese it by, turning off the conversion centers, I sort of feel like you can get... Oh, Jesus. This is what I get for doing all these tier 3 devices. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the possibility of the frustrations brought on by denying you the access to the workers who are going to solve the problem is, I feel that frustration probably weighs heavier than saying, okay, yeah, technically they can turn off the conversion centers and they will have a surplus of employees, but it's not game breaking. Like, you still have to have committed the resources. I don't know though. There might be another one to go through. Shifty Duvet, how you doing? I completely forgot to watch out for the rebels, so I actually chose a really bad time to turn off all my power and such. Let's get this thing. Oh god, threading the needle. Yeah, this is a really bad time to do all of this. I'm still going to do the call to arms, because I sort of have to. But I'm going to have to rely on throwing the ships in front of the bad guys to... Okay, batteries are about to get lost, so I sadly have to turn on this energy plant. Yeah, honestly, let's just pull this. I think we'll throw the switches on everything and let the fuel turbine get its upgrade. I think we'll just live through the brownouts, see where it gets us. Ayana Oaks just getting ready to say I told you so. Okay, well the Intemperate Ledger actually intercepted the Light of Rhea, so that's good news. Let's get them... where are the lasers? Interesting. This is going to be a harder one to pick apart. Oh, especially because they've got a shield. Okay, turrets are online, that's good. So normally this would be where I would burrow the city, but we currently are running a deficit, so I want to be a little mindful of my financial resources. I really do like the new version of the Rebel thing. I know I call it Admiral Yamaha coming after me, but like that is not meant in bad terms. Like, I love the sound of synthesizers. I think I really like just how I can find the little bits from the other version of the Rebel Attack music, and just see them realized in a different way. It also just adds some variety, which is always nice. All right, so lots of damage to the city, unfortunately, but we'll get through it. Oh, I didn't think this through. Okay. So upgrade to the energy pylon to get that plant up and running. Let's get ready for... I'm going to build my other fuel turbine. It seems to me that we probably should have put a little bit more into our infrastructure. And then eventually we're going to build another command center to take out a rebel camp. But I have a couple of other priorities right now that I want to deal with. I am also noticing a slow creeping increase of our waste. Anyways, Shifty Duvet, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well, and I'm sorry things are a little quiet here. I'm running the risk with Titan that I always really get into the game, and I know that's not great for interaction with people, so if you're still around, but I apologize for not being a little more interactive. God, look at that. So we basically only have another day to remain solvent. Now, it's not like I'm going to be doing any more conversions, so the worst that happens is I just lose the ability to make new employees for a little while. But it's still still not a great place to be. Like, I probably should get on top of that. Oh, but we're also in the leisure period, so let's upgrade the energy pylon to accommodate our expansion. Now, I am a little curious with Mineral Mavens why we're not at the point... Like, I would have thought that we'd have level 3 minerals flying off the... I am an absolute clown. Yeah, needless to say, I sort of thought that we'd have a little bit more in terms of minerals. On the other hand, I have also been like throwing a lot of minerals at some stuff recently, so having a damn good day. Oh, sorry, Oren said that. I'm going to be saving up my influence for a little bit just to fill in these new buildings when the time comes. The other trick is that I would love to have someone working these isotope patches, given that we are behind on our isotope acquisitions. Okay, connect them. Still have to wait for 400 minerals to get my residentials built, but... And I think it would be fair to say I should consider building some fuel storage. Okay, so let's get this done. I'm going to build my... So this is going to be a secondary fuel turbine. Then we can upgrade this one to the tier 3. At some point I'm going to upgrade this energy plant, but we do have a bit of a surplus at the moment. That surplus is going to go away when all this stuff gets powered, but... I am happy to see idle workers. That generally means that the factories are working efficiently. I mean, I'm not happy to see idle workers because it means that they're not doing stuff that I would, that's productive. But at the moment here... In fact, one funny thing is I should probably debate on trying to get even more council monuments up, so my influence can grow at an even faster clip. Although I am noticing that waste is going up at a pretty constant rate. Like, I have a feeling that... Well, I mean, as long as we clear it out of the residential areas, I'll keep an eye on this. This might be something that requires further attention. But for now, I'll hope for the best. If we can avoid a fight, good. I'd rather not pay for the repairs. And we have about 12 hours to get our new residential area up and running. I do have something of a debate about upgrading all of these buildings. The question, like, it's kind of got to be a all-in-one affair, though. So I think I'm going to try and build the... I think I'm going to try and build the residential first. I'll obviously build it one part at a time. And let's say if it's before midnight, I'll consider upgrading the residential and office. And now would not be a bad time for me to upgrade this energy pylon. Obviously it disables these, but it's better than doing it when everything's up and running. So, there's one residential. And you know what, it's really just a question of minerals, so yes, let's take these up to level 2. That'll give me more bodies I can bring into the Enterprise. And I can't build the fuel turbine because that'll take my mineral resources. But I could try and upgrade this energy plant. So I have a little dilemma here. I kind of want to take these ruins, but they're a level 3, so I believe that's 30 influence it'll cost. And of course, once all of this comes online, I'm going to want to fill them with people. So I think for the time being, I'm going to just sit on my existing influence, hope that this stuff gets built on time, and we'll move it from there. And I am gonna, so I've decided I'm gonna keep the conversion centers up and running. The reason for that is going to be I would like to have a realistic idea of what my actual power needs are. So in an emergency, I will be able to turn off the conversion centers and other related buildings when I need. So once these things are done, we should see some opportunities to increase the workforce. The other thing that's occurred to me is when it comes to my house. Oh, have I? Yeah, I've got floors. So I think I could do like one power floor and one fuel floor. Like this looks like a nightmare. But I guess we don't need these waste receptacles anymore, so we can ditch those. Look at that efficiency. Arguably, I could actually get rid of the storage container as well. I don't think it hurts to have something in a central location, though, so I'll resist the temptation. So fuel floor should be pretty straightforward to build. Let's see if I can actually get away with that. Not with 8 minerals, though. Obviously, I need to use those to build a residential area. Okay. I might... Good lord. I was not expecting to be draining batteries like that. That's mighty inconvenient, actually. So I can try and upgrade this fuel turbine, but I'd really like to extend it out to the ruins before I do that. The question is, am I going to be able to survive on the 3 fuel long enough to... Well, you know what? I bet you I can turn off the energy plant and the... Okay, actually, the first thing that I can do... We can turn off the offices, so there's going to be a little bit of a dance that I do for the next little bit. Pretty sure I can make this work, though. And we've got about 70, I guess 72 different positions available. A few more once the other residential building gets built. So one of the things that the game does to discourage you from buying out the rebels is it makes the cost of the buildings so much higher. So I believe to take out a rebel HQ you need 100 influence. This means that the first rebel camp that I take out is going to be the hardest. I do have plans on how I'm going to get around that, though. I do need to get into range first, though, so it's going to take a little bit. Using that saved influence. The ideal will be to get as many citizens as I possibly can by start of work tomorrow, so that we can start making... Like, I don't just want to be back in the black in terms of my daily earnings. I want to be making some meaningful... I want to make a meaningful number of credits so I can start unlocking some different hulls. It would be nice to have a plan B in terms of just being able to take out enemy turrets, which right now I'm not convinced I'm going to be able to do. So this is probably going to cost 90. So I think my best approach is to wait for the 200 or 400 for the full fuel turbines. Now, normally, like at a later point in the run, I'll probably have I'll have 3 floors of the minerals just churning away, and I'm basically going to be able to ignore the costs for things. We're not quite there yet, especially because I want to make sure that I have a good enough workforce to sort of deal with waste and such. For the time being, though, I'm just going to nab as many bodies as I can to get the budget back in balance. And I do kind of need to make it a priority to start taking out some rebel camps. If nothing else, just so the number that I have to deal with in future is smaller. So if I want to sit and collect influence, I'll just have a higher cap to run with. Although I am considering on breaking and finally digging up one of these isotope nodes. Or sorry, one of these nodes, the isotope one being the one. There we go. 26 is a number that makes me happy. Okay, a few hours before start of work. So presumably our waste is going to explode. We added 2 new residential buildings and then upgraded to tier 2. So I do need to prepare for the possibility that I'll need additional workers. But again, it's something that I'll consider that more of a secondary priority if I can make things a little more balanced infrastructure wise. That's a higher priority for me right now. I also feel safe enough to be able to start extracting a few more of these ruins. In the worst case scenario, I can trade an artifact for influence. I just prefer not to. So we are 42 short. Yeah. Obviously, it's tempting for the isotopes, but I will learn restraint. Okay, let's turn the offices on in preparation. So right now we're covering our... this, I believe, is a known bug, so I don't think this is ever going to look like it's on again. Maybe after we upgrade it. There is going to be a small hiccup with my fuel when I try to combine the two fuel turbines here. I think I'm just going to have to eat that. But for the time being, we'll have a nice little surplus. And our expected earnings is 5,164. So if I'm feeling short on workers, I definitely can afford another conversion center. Although obviously I would like my isotope situation to be a little bit more secure than what it is right now. Of course, I've got a bunch of that just sitting on the ground that's not being picked up. But I'd prefer to use what I have through Ruins access before I start trying and taking out the stuff from the mine. It's also going to generate a lot of pollution to have those mines running. So, all right, so we should be earning money. It's just hoping to have a few more people to put in the offices. Let's see what comes up in the next... we'll give it another minute. In fact, I'll speed up time just to see what's on offer. Can maybe make this look a little bit like a Sphinx if you go like tier 1, 2, then 3, and then you add like maybe a couple extra residential areas. Yeah, you could put like an office for the tail and then like a couple of residential areas for the paws. Oh, I think we had our first death to pollution. I'm kind of getting like the loose change quantities of citizens, which is fine. But obviously, it would be nice if I could just sort of deal with my citizen count in one fell swoop. Then I wouldn't need to worry about hoarding any more influence. For the time being, let's keep on the strategy of making additional resources available to me. So. Even if it's just one isotope, it's more than I get. Oh, you know what? I said I was going to dig up an isotopes patch. That was my bad. I think giving up 4 artifacts in order to be able to do that's a little much for me, so I'll hang on to what I've got for now. I'm pretty much going to live in this window until we fill out our citizen numbers. And in fact, I suppose if my goal is to take out the rebels, I'm gonna break my usual trend of just playing on the normal speed. And in this case here, I think I'm actually gonna let time run forward a bit faster just so that I can get closer to those goals. So let's at least start with the 30 isotopes for the ruins before we take out the isotope patch. Sorry, 30 influence before, and then after that we'll get the isotopes patch. It's funny, I remember when I first built the console monument, I was like, I'll never need this much influence. This is amazing. And then now it's like, oh, come on, hurry up. I need something new. We're doing okay with the citizen number, though, but look at that waste. I don't even know if the answer is going to be to get another smokestack, or... yeah, I'll watch this. I'm interested in seeing where this goes. I can delay the problem a little bit by upgrading the storage facility. Okay, we're good on citizens, so now we're going to move up to level 3 ruins. This, of course, also gives me time to have the isotopes slowly accumulate. Although we probably already converted everything, yeah. Actually, now wouldn't be a bad time to connect these fuel turbines. Okay, yeah, so we need another, at least a tier 1 pylon. That's not the end of the world, though. And then I think I'm gonna wait and properly claim the isotopes patch. So I'm just bringing this up to level 3 because I can afford it right now, and that'll give me a little bit more breathing room. But I think it's fair to say that I'm going to be struggling a little bit in terms of my power needs for a little while. Again, this is one of the incentives for clearing out a rebel camp for me is just to have an idea in terms of what my overall expansion is going to look like. So for instance, now that I sort of know what direction I decided to go, presumably I could have also built like the mine and factory and whatnot over on this side. Now, as it is, I now have a nice spot for another set of fuel turbines, so that gives me a justification for building a turret to defend it, so on and so forth. But I couldn't necessarily have known that at the time. There's a kind of an Earth 2.0 in which I went another direction. Now, it is worth noting, like, this is getting kind of close to some of the enemy ships, so I may have to redirect my own ships to defend my command center. I'm pretty convinced that I'll win that fight, though, so I don't consider that to be a major threat to me. Against my better judgment, I think I will upgrade this power, and then I'll also upgrade the fuel turbine in anticipation of the need. I guess the rebels were the ones to take that out. Oh, that's an interesting idea. So you actually get fewer resources from the rebels doing their expansion. I didn't even think that would be a possibility. So I don't think this is going to reach us. I don't think this is going to let us reach out to the rebel HQ, but this will at least get me some eyes on the enemy territory. So obviously I kind of knocked out my grid doing this, but we now have 3 level 3 plants, and we should have plenty of fuel to last us. Okay. Haven't had enough casualties to justify a new ship. All right, so what are we looking at here? Oh, hello. I'm going to bet that this isn't close enough to make this happen. I did not appreciate that there were 2 rebel camps so close to each other, though. So upgrading this fella is a big priority now. And of course, any other surveys we can do in the meantime. So let's do window shopping. 20... 30... Yeah, there's still a few choice spots that'll get me the isotopes that I need. I think once we remove the rebel threat, I am going to make sort of a little colony here to just build another mineral mine, mineral manufactory. What I'll wind up doing is I'll probably have like a mine here, a factory here, maybe a storage facility here. Is that going to work? I think that. Maybe if I did mine, factory, storage facility, that might work a little bit better. I could also stick a conversion center around here so that there's going to be... So that definitely gives me a reason to dismantle the shipyard. But what it also lets me do is, like, this winds up being kind of this own little self-contained world, which is solely dedicated to mineral processing. I should also work out how much a conversion center at... So it says 12 conversion slots. I don't know if that's the number of added... Well, I guess we can work that out. A level 3 will give me 23 additional workers. So I definitely... Let's maybe just double check here. So if there's 23... Good lord, I'm an idiot. I got rid of the output, but I never put the... This is embarrassing. So these workers have just been sitting there doing nothing the whole time. Okay, so the total worker load, 1, 2, 3, 4. Double that, so that's 8 per floor, 3 floors. So that's 24 workers. So technically we are short 1 worker each time we build one of those company... I'll just call these like the company towns. So I believe we're technically short 1 worker, and then of course we need the extra workers to transport everything. But yeah, I think as a whole that... I think that's a viable approach. Obviously, extra minerals is not my concern right now, though. I have something a little more pressing. Okay, I think yes, I can wait for it, but honestly, if I'm at this point, I think the time has come for me to enable the mine. I think I'm going to be earning isotopes fast enough to justify keeping that thing off. I should also destroy this and get the road built before too long. So some future plans. We'll demolish the shipyard. We'll run a road by here, sort of in anticipation of moving minerals to and from this outpost. This might not be a bad spot for a shipyard now that I think of it. Shipyard by the shipyard. The only catch is that I would need to get rid of 30 influence worth of ruins, and clearly I'm still trying to focus on getting my isotopes where I can from these. I think the other thing that I'll be able to do, because this is a reasonably open area, I can probably build another transport hub and smokestack. Well, smokestack I might be a little more cautious of because of the like the waste would be coming over here. I've got ways around that though. Okay. So just one tile away from the Rebel HQ in both cases. Now this makes for a really interesting little dilemma. Because technically, the way the game works right now is you can actually build, so like let's say I took this rebel camp, demolished it, and I started building a command center here. The rebels would start shooting it, but only once it went live. Like while it was being constructed, the rebels wouldn't affect it. So this is actually a really sort of cheap way that you can take out rebel HQs. Now I still need 100 influence and I still need a pylon for it, so it's not like foolproof. But overall, that is not a particularly bad way. You could like basically you can just suicide a command center into the into the rebel territory, and you'd do all right. The question is like, am I going to respect myself after doing such a cheesy thing? I sort of have the Navy to defend this a little bit. It's the turrets that are really gonna give me a hard time. This will be educational. I'm splitting the difference, by the way. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to try building a command center right next door to the Rebel HQ, but I'm going to build my energy pylon in a really dangerous spot. So I have to defend the energy pylon long enough to get the Rebel camp going. This is the way that I'll be able to sort of look myself in the eye, or look myself in the mirror when I after doing something so cheesy. I'm debating as to whether or not there's any value in raising this fuel turbine again. I think I'm probably in a spot where I want to be focusing on rebels. So, with that in mind, let's set up another council monument for the influence. Yeah, so it's got to be a level 2 pylon. Oh, that's a lot of guys. The other thing I could try, of course, would be to chip away at the rebels and take them out turret by turret. That would allow me to... Oh, actually, there's another neat thing that I can try do. Okay, I'm actually going to try a few different approaches here. This is going to be bananas, but I'm kind of interested in seeing where this goes. So I'm going to need a little bit more influence, but I said that this was going to become like a new outpost for me, so that means I'm going to build a defensive structure. This is mostly me just reserving the resources. I'm not actually going to see this thing fully built. You know, the funny thing is I might build the mine here and just start scooping up the isotopes so I can have them. Okay, so they're gonna start shooting this thing before too long. Oh! That's what I get for not being on the ball. Okay. This might burrow too late. Yep. Alright, that was a bunch of wasted money. I'm going to wait for the last couple of seconds on the command center and then we'll pause it. Again, this is completely me exploiting the game. But as you can see, the pylon doesn't exactly have the longest lifespan next to enemy ships. Okay, a few more deaths coming in here, so I think it's time to upgrade the fan. So I pretty much need to insta-upgrade this thing Otherwise, the rebels start taking it out. The smarter thing would have been to upgrade the energy pylon, but... And at this point, if I actually want to try this whole approach, I'm going to need to start saving up my my influence. But I will admit, I am actually I am a little intrigued by whether or not this this turret strategy is going to work. Thing I can do to try and push things to my advantage is we can try and start taking out some rebel ships. Naturally, I would like to upgrade more of these, but they're getting out of the way. Interesting. Now we're going to have our own rebel attack to deal with sooner rather than later, so I probably should keep an eye out. I got a lot of level 2 minerals. I'm actually going to take a second here. So... Sorry, I gotta concentrate on this, otherwise I'm gonna mess it up. No. This is designed to make me upset, isn't it? I guess I need 3 to make this work properly. All right. And this ain't gonna get any design awards, but I think I can make this work. Brilliant. There's the battery floor. Fuel floor is decidedly easier to build. I just need to remember, right, this needs tier. Oh, man. I don't, nope, hang on. Think long term. That way, if my headquarters goes boom, it'll be a really exciting display. Okay, so we're doing the same thing. I'm gonna do the same thing as the HQ here. I mean, unless I just want a constant fight. Yeah, you know what? Let's give it a shot. Might be fun. I can also afford to burrow stuff, so... Yeah, this isn't a huge surprise. Oh. So this is one of these times I should be pretty careful with my power. And we're going to try and lead them on a merry chase, which doesn't seem to be working. That's a lot of firepower. Alright, sadly our energy pylon sort of betrayed us here. So in this case, we might as well just... pretty active round of combat. It's fun to watch. Okay, the Intemperate Ledger should be able to deal with most of this. I really hope Mineral Mavens is actually up and running. It looks like it is, but for some reason there was an alert of some kind. So this is getting an upgrade once the battle's done. I think we'll start by popping the relays. Interestingly enough, I don't seem to be able to hit key number 3 to make this do what I want. Like, I'm able to click on the button, but it feels like the charge itself isn't happening. Oh, crumbs. I was wondering why that wasn't attacking anything. So I've got a few level 2 defense turrets that I'd like to see turn into level 3s. Obviously that's a huge drain on my energy resources. Okay, I definitely need... I think I need to be a little more financially sound before I start trying to take on the rebels again, so... It's something I want to do before the next wave happens, but I think here I'm going to scoop up the last of the isotopes. And again, in the interest of just giving myself some realistic ideas of what kind of, what my energy needs are, I will turn those conversion centers on. The last thing I want to do is sort of build out, assuming that I've got this energy for free the whole time, and then do a call to arms and realize that I don't actually, I'm not equipped to handle the present circumstances. Okay, so we're going to rebuild. No, don't salvage. We're going to rebuild this thing. Let me just double check. So looks like we have a couple more ruins to scoop up. There's also some mineral ones, but I think the thing about the minerals are that I've got a lot of tier 2s. It just seems to be the tier 3s for some reason that aren't getting built. So I'm hoping that that bottleneck gets kind of handled on its own. I think once the level 2... if I can get it up to a level 3, that would be best. I just don't know if I don't really know if I'm in a position to make that happen. I bet you I could beat the Rainbreaker. I just don't know where the turrets are. Yeah, that turret's in range, so... My dad could beat up its dad. I never did get rid of these ruins, did I? I need to get a road here. In fact, if I'm honest, I probably need to get a road here sooner rather than later. Intemperate Ledger will just get a quick repair run. We're doing okay credits wise, even if I like wasted on stuff like defending the city. I have enough of a surplus. It would be kind of nice if you had the option to buy ship types without having to build a ship, because I've already got 2. The game's not going to let me build any more until I build another shipyard. But clearly I'd love to dump those credits into ship designs. On the other hand, given the fact that I've abused the fact that I can spend money at times when I know my workers are going to be claiming it, it's not the worst thing in the world that they don't give me something I can dump money into right away. I think there was a size 5. Yeah. The Tharsis 2500, patriotically Mars red, patriotically Martian made, patriotically subject to Mars's extremely lax vehicle testing laws. Okay. I think, rightly or wrongly, I'm going to stick with the... I'm going to stick with this plan. If I could get this to a level 3 before I upgrade this defensive turret, that would be great, but I don't think I'm going to get 144 in time. So a pair of level 2 turrets supplemented with my navy should do the trick. The real hope here is that I can make this play before the hope is that I can make this play work before the rebel threat meter goes past the halfway mark. This is a tricky looking one. We'd definitely be in trouble if we didn't have that turret to back us up. So my question is if I'm going to be able to get away with upgrading this to a tier 3. Oh, we're already draining batteries. Okay, so it looks like they want to cause trouble. I'm going to have to clear out the rebels before I consider any next steps. I am, however, very interested to see, like, if we can get sort of like an equilibrium here, this will mean that we'll be able to at least take out the enemy. We'll at least be able to take out the enemy HQ. I'm gonna turn off one of these conversion centers. Oh man, it's just gonna be a constant stream. Alright. It's just gonna make the victory all the sweeter. That thing has got infinite range and it terrifies me. It's definitely gonna be a very expensive operation. So I think I'm going to have a very narrow window in which I'm going to be able to upgrade this defense turret. So we'll hit that as a priority. Let's see if we can get away with it. Oh, might be coming in for a fight. Yeah, I need this stuff ready to go a lot sooner than what happened here, and I don't think we can burrow for a while. Just hold our breath and see whether or not okay. I am intrigued. Not my ideal. The upgrade's happening. It's kind of late. I definitely need to think about how I'm going to pay for all of this energy-wise. So, fuel turbine. We could probably put a power plant down in this area. I think I'm going to have to just admit that I'm going to have a huge demand for fuel. So as much as I would love to do a different upgrade sooner, I think this is the right one for me to do at the moment. I go and attack the Light of Rhea, then they are going to eat, those turrets are going to eat me alive. So there is some suggestion that we've now built a hardened position that we could defend most, but maybe not all of our stuff from the rebels with. I am slightly curious if I can attack the Unity. Doesn't look like I can, which is weird because the... Oh no, that works. So, basically, if you complain about the turrets being too strong, fight fire with fire, right? They might have legions, but if they, if they keep flying into our own turrets, then as long as we have the money to keep repairing everything, we're in pretty good shape. So, the final stage of the plan is ready to go. So we are 91 influence. I'll maybe wait a little bit longer just to make sure that we're ready to go. But it seems to me that assuming there's any ships left, we are able to defend ourselves with the existing defense turrets. In fact, I'm confident enough in that position that I'm going to build the command center in anticipation of being able to make this happen. Now, it's going to be a big cramp in our expansion plans, because what I want to do is I want to buzz down these ruins. I want to set up another fuel turbine. I want to set up power. I want to set up mineral processing. I want to get another conversion center down. There is a ton of stuff that I want to be doing with my resources, but I want to focus on the immediate term. It's also worth remembering that the whole reason I'm doing this map is so that I can take out Rebel HQs and turn them into influence caps. So that's also eventually going to mean upgrading council monuments and such. I kind of hate having this sit at 100, but... So now the thing here is, like, obviously I did a whole bunch of stuff to make this work, but obviously at this point I could have just, I could have just done regular construction because we built this hardened position. But that is our first rebel camp down. Now, this is still a hazard to me, right? Like, there's these two rebel turrets. They're going to require quite a bit of influence to take down. Ultimately, I'm going to have to decide, is it worth it for me to try and get past some of that stuff? Amusingly enough, the other rebel HQ is really close. I don't know if I'm probably not going to be able to expand this one out to be able to clear out the other HQ. But we're basically, in one move, we've kind of opened ourselves up to being able to take out potentially up to 3 rebel HQs. So that's something to be happy about. Let's think about future steps. So I am going to need to deal with my energy problems. I'm also going to need to deal with my workforce. There's actually quite a bit that I need to get done. So let's start with another conversion center. Wait, that doesn't work for me. The reason that... Oh, no, yep, that does still work for me. So let's just get an idea of the power cost for this. This is 48, so I'm going to need 96 energy for the defense turrets. And this thing generates 216. Okay, so I'd say probably each one of these sort of like colonies should have at minimum a fuel turbine and a power plant, and a trying to think what else I'd want. Well, with the fuel turbine, okay, so with the plant, it's 48. This thing generates 167. I suppose I can get away with a fuel turbine and 2 power plants, and that'll kind of keep me in better better fuel shape. Okay, so I think that's what that's gonna be what I aim for. Obviously, I've also signed myself up to something of a liability in the form of these, in the form of these constant skirmishes. I would prefer if I didn't have to do them, but, in order, like, this is a really nice little position for me to be holding right now. This is a forward base that's going to allow me to clear out potentially up to 4 rebel camps. So we've cleared out 1. We've got 1 here. We've got 1 here, and it really looks like we've got a 3rd one up here that we're going to be able to clear out. So when all is said and done, after this maneuver, we're going to have an influence reserve of 500 influence, assuming I don't use it. Obviously, I have plenty of plans about what I'm going to, what I'm going to use my influence for. Okay, we'll connect you. Let's get fuel turbine down. I have a little bit of a dilemma in the sense that I really want to build this road, but I don't see how I can get the shipyard down in time. I think maybe I should clear out these ruins next, not because I necessarily need or want them, but because it's going to give me access to something. Oh, hang on, if I do that, then I can't build the power plant here. I guess I said I was going to build the shipyard here. Okay, well that's still workable. It's also still covered by a turret, which is a nice feature. Thing of beauty. Do I have the conviction to turn this into a tier 3 turret? It's super tempting. We'll upgrade the council monument first, though. Gonna head out for the night. Love the stream. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Oren. I know I've been sort of in my own head with the game for the last little bit, but my goal for tonight was to get at least 1 rebel camp done, and I want to just try and lay the foundation for the next little bit. I'll probably be wrapping up pretty soon as well, but I really appreciate you hanging out. And thank you for the kind words, as always. Okay, you know what? I think it's time for that I relocate my shipyard, because I'm feeling a little crummy about not having road access to a place that obviously could use it. So let's clear out the ruins that we can. Also, I'm going to take advantage of... Obviously, this is a big battery drain, but this should... Oh, hang on. That wasn't the most thoughtful move I could have made. Okay, let's say... Well, first of all, let's turn off these conversion centers. In fact, it's tempting. If this is becoming a tier 3, let's upgrade you again. So I'm going to have to pay a bit of influence to be able to get the remaining tiles over here, but I should be able to move the shipyard shortly after that. Okay, there's the thing that makes me nervous. Obviously, if I get to a point where my residential buildings are shut down because of waste, that's a scary place to be. I want to avoid that as soon as, or for as long as possible. Now, building a road along this line is going to cause me some problems in terms of the survivability of my population. The number of trucks running by here is going to generate pollution, and right now I can rely on that pollution being blown away. But as you can see, this fan doesn't do a very good job of blowing pollution, you know, in the other direction. Also, let's just make sure that's not messing with my Zethane. Nope, seems fine. But yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna try and give the residential areas a wide berth, but I should expect to see a lot more pollution-related deaths once I build this highway. But that's just the way it's got to be. Like I don't see any other way of keeping this productive, unless I completely want to reroute like this road. But that's going to have to go through rebel territory. Like that's going to be hell on earth to even try and do something like that. So, okay, we've got our shipyard. I think it's going to need... Oh wait, no, I already built the energy pylon, so we're good there. In fact, I'm confident enough that we can dismantle ship shape. Okay, yeah. We're at full capacity in the waste storage. So, as a sort of a precautionary measure, I'm going to upgrade that. That's only a temporary move. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add maybe another transport hub when I can afford it. I'm definitely going to add another smokestack, but I'd like to try and put it a bit further away from where my civilians are going to be. Ideally nice and close to the rebels, because it's their air, right? The one thing that's nice about this is you can kind of see, compared to where we were at the start of this broadcast, like we're really starting to roll in terms of like getting stuff done. One thing that's going to come and hit us like a ton of bricks in a little bit is when the next rebel attack comes in. We're going to turn on the call to arms, and we are going to have a lot of people coming to... there's going to be a huge demand for energy. I'm going to have to get a little fancy in terms of turning off buildings and such. So we're sort of on the precipice of disaster, but like in general, it's at the point where I'm talking about, you know, I want to come up with these extra, like generally everything I'm talking about is like building sort of extra cities, building extra productive capacity. I'm, you know, sitting at 1K minerals. The rebel camp that I want to take the most is going to be the one over here, because that's going to give me access to isotopes. Actually, I guess I already have the access to the isotopes here, so maybe I should just focus on clearing this place out. Looks like that shipyard was worth quite a bit in terms of points. Okay, let's get at least start the roads. So I should save up to get this 20 just so I can put down the energy generators. Energy is a pretty high priority here, given the impending rebel attack. Okay, this is going to almost certainly tip it over into a rebel attack, so let's do a call to arms. Okay, honestly, it's not as bad as I thought it would be power-wise. We could probably turn off a council monument if it gets really desperate, but... This isn't Apocalypse, is it? So one of the tricks here is I can't put an air purifier here. I might be able to put it down here, but if I put an air purifier in, I'm going to be scrubbing out my fuel, which is clearly not what you want to do. I should wait for the 20 to build the power before I do anything else. So I'm assuming that this building this shipyard here is going to tip the threat level past 99. That's why I'm on a call to arms. If that doesn't turn out, I'm just going to shut everything off. Yeah, okay. Just trying to think if there's another high power building that I can afford to turn off. I guess the shipyard. I think this is like the third time we've moved the shipyard. No, okay. I thought the hunkered rook was draining batteries. I'm trying to think whether or not now is the time to like turn off this conversions. Oh, actually, I won't need to turn off the conversion center because it won't have power yet. There we go. All right, I think this will be the attack that we wrap up the stream on. We should be able to handle this without too much difficulty. It'll also be a little bit less chaotic than the last one, simply because we had some voluntary attacks that we were dealing with. Okay, so now that the turret's getting involved, I mean, I'd prefer not to have to fight them over the fuel turbine, but So I am a little curious why I'm all of a sudden out of isotopes. It's probably the truck. The truck issue. Alright, so let's jump in. We'll get our repairs underway. We should have a nice surplus of energy, so once this upgrade is done, we should be able to get some more employees. Yeah, I'm a little worried about what's going on in Radiation Palace. Okay, so now we'll turn on all our conversion centers and let's expand the workforce yet again. This may also necessitate some upgrades in the residential and office areas, but we'll see. Oh, you know what? I just did something really dumb. I just sealed off there's no road access anymore because of the way that I just did these plants. Oh, that was very silly of me. So I'll just put the energy plant here instead. So we should be able to start bringing some of these ships in a little bit once the conversions happen. So tier 3s are kind of precious now. This is where the tier 2s will come in handy. Obviously, I'm a little nervous about pushing myself past something that's financially viable. We seem to be doing okay. This is going to be a huge surge in waste. We're definitely not, like, I want to be a little more careful in terms of how I'm using money, but we're also past the point where I think we're going to see a lot of, I think we're past the point where we're going to see a lot of repair bills. That was obviously a function of my more aggressive incursion into the rebel territory. All right. I guess I can stick some power plants in here too if I'm feeling particularly nervous. Getting a bit low on minerals, so I suppose I should turn this mine on at some point too. What might be a better idea for me to try first, though, is to actually start upgrading the isotope mine, because it seems to me like isotopes are the thing that we've been really hurting on. I just want to double check that I'm actually repairing. Yes, I am. I think the repair animation is really neat. Okay. So I'm not going to upgrade the power plants quite yet. This is just so I can have the power more than a huge urgency. Like, obviously, being able to turn off these conversion centers is going to help me out with my power woes right now. And of course, turning off the turrets is something that will help as well. Actually, I guess that's already happened. Okay, you know what? I can live with that. In fact, if anything, maybe I want to decommission one of those turrets. It occurred to me just turning off the call to arms was enough for that to happen. So I think the plan was mine, factory, road, and then I guess there'd be some kind of a storage facility somewhere here. Obviously, that's kind of banking on getting a lot more influence than I currently have, but... Wait a minute, shouldn't it be 89? So where's the last conversion? Oh, not enough artifacts. Well, we'll get that through this ruins. We just need to wait for the 7... We just need to wait for the 7 influence. I can obviously trade for the influence, but I kind of want to keep all this stuff. The one thing I should have done before I dismantled the other shipyard, I should have actually waited for the 2 shipyards to be up and then bought some new hull types. It's a mild regret, but... I think I'm going to push this fuel turbine up to tier 3, and then we'll worry about upgrading these energy plants. Thing of beauty. The lack of activity in the smokestack notwithstanding, I'm a little nervous about that. You know, actually, this may not be a bad spot for a smokestack. I'd have to upgrade this energy pylon. Now may not be a bad time to do that, actually. For this 3rd mine. Presumably with the higher quality mineral extraction, this won't be difficult to maintain, but or to achieve, but again, I've got so many competing priorities right now. It's a little hard to figure out which ones are the really urgent ones. Let's go to our tier 2 isotopes. I'm actually going to get that 2nd smokestack underway. Oh. This will still work, though. I just need to clear out the mineral patch instead. trying to think if I want to... Oh, okay, so I don't need to clear that out after all. Well, I'll need to clear it out for the road, but I am going to be able to put another... let's not waste my tier 3s. That we're ready to claim. Oh, with that in mind, we should be able to do our last conversion. Well, not last conversion of this cycle. Okay, I'm actually rather liking the position that we're in right now. So we've got plenty of zethane. Not just zethane, we got plenty of fuel. I've got room to expand with my energy plants. We're on our way to a second smokestack, which will deal with our emerging trash problem. What's nice is that we ran out of trash storage before we ran into a situation where our building stopped working. We could be better in terms of our earnings. In fact, what's it going to cost me to upgrade? 24, 48. We might be able to pull it off. I'd like to make sure we're making at least 1,000 a day, and not even just for the repair costs, but so that I can build some big ships if the need arises. One of the things that I consider when I'm taking over rebel camps right now is that a tier 3 turret's going to cost me 75. The rebel HQ is going to cost me 100. I don't need to deal with turrets to be able to take HQs. However, I do need to deal with turrets if I want to fly a ship over and blow up that HQ. So right now, just because of how tough the turrets are to handle, so for instance, we kind of know there's yet another rebel base just waiting over here, given the fact that there are these turrets. Like if I were to try and send in a ship to take out these turrets, I would have to be pretty nimble in terms of my ability to rotate the ships that take different types of damage. And so at this point here, it just makes as much sense for me to clear out the rebel HQs and avoid those parts of the city. Now there's limits to that. So for instance, if the rebels decide to go and take this little outpost, I only have these turrets. If I send people to come in and defend, I'm limited to sort of half of my territory. So if, for instance, if they wanted, like, let's say this was a multiplayer game, which obviously it's not, and it's not going to be, I would consider taking a bunch of ships to go and take out this energy pylon, because that deals with the command center, that takes out this defense turret. All of a sudden, I'm rolled back to this defense turret. And they clearly have the forces to do so. Just the game is nice enough to not want to wallop me that way. So, there's limits to this approach. The usability of the territory that I've just taken over is considerably less. And you can see it, right? Like my enterprise is a bit less. It's a little more stagnant than it would have been if I'd been able to use that influence for something else. But in this particular case here, I think overall the trade-off was worth it. And we'll see, right? I could be wrong, and I'll find out a little bit later in terms of whether or not that was the right call. But it seemed to me to be the best way to, overall, I've underinvested in my Navy. And so I need to compensate for that by doing something else. And I think in the long run, this is going to benefit me, because I'm going to be able to claim another isotope node once I feel a little bit more secure in my my ability to generate money, deal with waste, and so on. I can sort of I can add more workers. I can have multiple factories. Right now, my isotope factory only has one level. My mineral factory only has one level. Actually, I should turn on this mine, because I'm gonna find out just how quickly I'm gonna run out of minerals really quickly. I know it. Are you kidding me? Did I forget to hook this one up too? I don't think this one's gonna reach it too. Oh, I'm a goof. All right. It's going to be a while before the smokestack comes online, but we do also have the storage, so... Oh, this counts as full. That's a little concerning. I think just as a precaution... Oh, nope, can't afford an upgrade. So let's get this mine to level 3. Yeah, I mean, the ideal will be, I think even before I pursue any other rebels, I should probably just make it so that I think we can afford to dismantle this energy pylon. Also, I don't need to be wasting isotope 3s. I think before I pursue any more rebel bases, I should probably get my factories properly built up. And then, I don't know if Site B is gonna... I don't know if we'll make that... I don't know if we'll make that a thing before we pursue the rebels again. But I think being able to get myself back on track as far as just overall sort of infrastructure, the ability to deal with waste and similar issues, I think that's a pretty high priority right now. And then, yeah, I think taking my existing production, turning those into, at least those ones into tier 3 factories. The secondary factories, I can see, keeping them at tier 1 for a while. I think just being able to build a foundation for, for future expansion is the right call here. So something for minerals, let's say, and then, even if I don't activate it, maybe I just use it to gobble up all of these isotopes over here. Being able to use some surplus influence to start clearing out these rebel camps. That's, by the way, is going to mean a lot of council monuments. I might even just stick council monuments all in this area. Probably also wouldn't hurt to build a bunch of batteries. So I've got 19k energy storage, 12k for fuel. We can probably do better. I could probably build some more fuel and energy storage. But this is the thing, right? There's so many things that are nice to have. I sort of need to pick what priorities are the most important in terms of keeping the base running. And it's not like the rebels are going to be idle. Obviously, the waves are only going to get stronger. Okay, so we're at 3,000 in terms of earnings. That's not too bad. Now this is interesting. So I've apparently mined out all the zethane here. Bet you I could afford to turn this one off for a while. I have a feeling this is probably more the fan than anything. But I want to see if turning this thing off lets the zethane spread for a bit. This was more of a necessity, so if I have to turn it off, so be it. Actually, I didn't seem to lose that much fuel by turning it off either. So maybe this is a full dismantle and we put a power plant in its place. And it'll make the residences a little more desirable. Okay, and we'll upgrade the mine. So I've been threatening to finish for a while now, and I think this is a good spot. So we got our first rebel camp, which is where I wanted to be. I think the next episode's probably going to be a little bit more focused on bringing myself back on track in terms of my productive capabilities. But that's again, circumstances might dictate otherwise. I definitely, just given the number of rebel camps that I'm going to be able to somewhat easily access, I'm very tempted to be a bit aggressive in terms of my command center placement. Just the big thing is that obviously we've seen how hard it is. Like, I needed to build a pretty hardened location to be able to like finally take out that one rebel HQ, and I have no reason to believe it's going to be any easier for any of the other ones. So what I at least want to make sure is that I've got a nice stock of credits for repairs, minerals and isotopes for rebuilding the buildings that are not able to survive sort of the rebel onslaughts. And I will underinvest in the fleets just because I know that past a certain point, I'm not going to be able to withstand the turrets. But definitely being able to get like a nice stack of influence, being able to sort of aggressively push in and take the high value targets as quickly as I can, or at the very least rendering the threat of the ships that sort of fly by, rendering them, or like blunting them is really what I'm trying to do. In the last case, we annihilated them, but even just making it so that the likelihood of a ship flying by and taking out a pylon is lower. That's really going to be how I'm going to be able to take some of those other rebel camps. And the nice bonus about it will be is that I'll gain access to some more isotopes and whatnot. But it's been longer than I had originally planned. Of course, it's Canada Day tomorrow, so I have nothing but free time. But I would like to get a few other details.
Saving lives today.
Where
So my name is
did
Horia
that
Docu.
sound
That's how you
come
pronounce
from?
it. Horia. It's Romanian.
There we go. Sorry about that. Let's see who's online. It's here somewhere. Sorry, this is such an idle way to finish the stream. Oh, there's more of you than I was thinking there would be. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I'm actually rather surprised to see that there aren't more people hanging out and playing Industries of Titan. It kind of felt like that was the new hotness, and then everybody sort of seems to have stopped streaming for a bit. Okay, well, tell you what, there's no Industries of Titan streams right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to point you all towards Night Valian. Night Valian is a Brazilian streamer. He's got a nice soft voice, which I know quite a few of you like that sort of thing. I have no idea why the raid command didn't work. Definitely somebody worth checking out. He's somebody who I met sort of when he was streaming another Canadian game, which is Lucifer Within Us by Kit Fox Games. I think he's definitely somebody worth checking out, and he's playing Metroid Prime. So I will say that his stream is a little quiet, so that may not 100% work for all of you. But I think he's a good one to sort of leave the evening on. So until next time, thank you very much for hanging out. Sorry, I also forgot to say the plans for the rest of the week. So I may not be able to get anything done tomorrow. I was thinking of doing something for Canada Day, but I might just want to take the day to myself. Friday, we're going to be back for more Cloudpunk, which is more voxel art cyberpunk, which I think is a nice thing to have. I'm going to be doing some more Hollow Knight reasonably soon, so look forward to those on YouTube. And then Monday, we're going to be back with Stellaris. Tuesday, there's Elder Scrolls Oblivion again. That's already recorded and uploaded. And for those of you who are just here for Industries of Titan, that will be coming next week, next Wednesday. So I will see you hopefully then. Have a good night and enjoy Night Valian.